I can't work a mouse today. Hello there, folks, and welcome to session 83. Fuck, 83, guys. We're on session 83 of the Forming. I am, of course, your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or, pardon me, World Tree Quests here on Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube. And with me today, we have got my lovely, fantastic, beautiful, gorgeous, and highly infuriating cast. We have got here, we've got Just Harry, we've got Ash Howard Music, we have got Patron of Chaos, and we've got Khadij Al Kubra. Very quickly, do have a little bit of housekeeping. I'm going to be at PAX U. Come and say hi. I don't know why I'm punching my hand, I really don't. But yeah, I'm going to be at PAX U from the 6th until the 8th of December. You should come say hello. And if you want to, you should come and play games that I'm running with Gehenna Gaming. I'm going to be running games of horror D&D. I'm going to be running the old, not the old Gods of Appalachia, Gods of Metal Ragnarok. And I'm also going to be running Eldritch Automata. So yeah, you should come along and play games. Or just come along and say hi. High five, give me a cuddle, I don't know, fucking do something. But anyway, come and see me. I'm very friendly. I don't look it, but I am very friendly. And also after PAX U, so nobody gets a fright, I will be shaving my beard, clean shaven, because there was a charity thing with the great folks over at Dummies and Dice Rolls, and I said if you guys make $4,000, I'll shave my beard, and well, they did it. So yeah, I'm going to be shaving my beard. I don't know if I'm going to do it at PAX or not, but hey, I'll be shaving my beard. Yeah, I don't have anything else to say, really. So I'm going to go right on to the game. We ended on a pretty fucking tense situation. But up until that, guys, what the hell happened last session?
It was mostly pretty chill. We kind of just like hung around. Elyion explored the places where he wasn't supposed to go. Arya and Kessely's had a day out in town, which was nice and fun. Síla and Khernun explored their fancy hotel room suite, and apparently the humans have far advanced in like shower technology, hygiene and Atuma will never be the same. Reverie talked Amun into like hosting like not a tournament, is like a showcase thing, because you were asking about like where there was like training grounds or something. And then we got to the party. Everyone was all fancy. And we found out that apparently dwarves and humans have bonded over hunting and even eating dragons. So that's interesting. Dragons are friends, not food. Let's see what else. And then Síla, Khernun, and Elyion went on a tour, and we found out some interesting stuff. Apparently, Síla is giving off dragon vibes, which we don't know about. Also, if anyone, if I'm missing anything, please, guys, pop up. I'm just trying to like remember from the bullet notes I took. I don't know if I got everything.
So Elyion ate some dragon without knowing what it was, and it gave him, from a list of 1d6 abilities, it gave him the ability similar to True Sight, but only for dragons. So he can see an aura around things that are made of dragons, that were powered by dragons, that are, that are dragons. He can see this aura around them. And
that was my biggest note.
He's seen a bunch of things, including that Síla has this aura around her. What could it mean?
Is she turning into a dragon? Is she becoming like a dragonborn sorcerer? Is like a Willowwind down the line gonna have like sorcery dragon stuff? Who knows? But I'm excited. That was just like the biggest note in my bullets. Just like a bold-faced dragons.
The disgust when you suggested a Willowwind was going to be a sorcerer was unreal. Brad and Fizzy were like, ew.
Well, it would probably be one of the girls.
Excuse you, classes are not linked to gender.
Well, just because I know the tradition is like all the Willowwinds are himbos, like usually the guys. But I've seen Alice.
Bold of you to assume that there's not any female himbos. You've seen Alice. Have you also seen Ela? Ela's a fucking herbo.
That's true. I did forget about Ela.
Right. But yes, so Sheila is majorly giving off draconic vibes.
We also, Sheila and Khernun came up with a very clever plan to try and get the scepter that glows in the presence of dragons.
Oh, right.
Which didn't quite go as planned, and instead, Khernun may have just given up the best man spot to King Amun.
When Reverie finds out...
In exchange, got a very interesting spear that was made from the bones of a black dragon.
This is why we don't let Karen lie.
Which, when put into Sheila's bag of holding, grazed Sheila's hand and gave her a pretty nasty rash. And that was where we called session.
Oh man, I forgot about that last bit.
So, going from immediately where we left, Sheila, the barbs on the end of this. So, to be more specific on this, it's not a spear. This is a lance. Much longer. It has you've seen like lances and like, you know, in like jousting matches and stuff. They have a very long handle that hooks under the arm, and very like almost like a dome that goes around your hand before going into a big point. It looks that general shape, but it is made from parts of a black dragon. So you can see where these black scales have been like on top of each other. They've been plated on. They've been bolted into place, and then it's almost like they've been sanded down to be incredibly smooth. But on the top side of the lance, you can see where dragon fangs have been placed underneath the scales and pierced through. So it almost creates sort of like a harpoon, like a big barbed line all the way down the length of the lance. And as you're putting it in your bag of holding, these barbs, they don't break your skin or anything, but they graze against you. And as I described it, you do have this big rash that breaks out like from where it touches your hand, and it goes quite far. Like you're talking about, like, you know, from here to here at just initial touch, and you feel cold down to your very core, cold. And the reason I called it in that session is because I wanted to open up with absolute terror. Sheila, I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw. Oh, I should probably.
You still have the +1. You still have the +1 advantage from the spa stuff.
Like, you do have your +1.
Also, I was next to you handing it to you, so you have my +5.
Wait,
oh,
no,
God.
no, Sheila, you don't.
No.
Sheila, you don't have the +1 because you paddled in the pool. So you have the +1
mental,
to mental stats.
Like, get for not seeing mud on my face, y'all.
You do have my aura of protection, though.
Oh, shit.
I believe you get Elyon's because his is higher than Khernun's is.
I might need that.
You've also got your GM's inspiration still.
Chuck every dice and buff.
Just to be clear on that, Elyion, what is your modifier to the aura? Oh wait, no. I do this every single time. He does not have enough levels in Paladin, so he doesn't even have the aura. It's just Elyon's you get, which is +5. They do this every year.
Because I'm so amazing, you just become better at everything.
It's because the compliment you gave me, you know.
I don't remember it, but sure.
You said that I was absolutely
you were glowing.
Radiating. Yeah. Okay, so that is, thank God for all these. $24.
24. So on a 24, you are going to save.
Thank God.
You take no damage. But something about this lance Like, Khernun held it very, very easily. No ill effects seemed to happen to him, except for he looked kind of uncomfortable at touching it. But this caused you... Like, there's a little bit that as it touches you, you feel nauseated. But you manage to kind of hold it together. You manage to keep your composure. However, Elyion, what you will see is as it touches Síla's hand, the aura around her flickers.
Okay.
And despite the fact that he's saying that you've deduced at this point, we made a roll for that. You know, you've made a deduction at this point that, you know, you're seeing things that are at least to do with dragons.
Mm-hmm.
This lance has no aura around it. Nothing about it. Then you can see that there's scales. You can see that's there. But as it touches Síla, you can see her aura flicker. And
You okay?
I was about to say King Amun is just going to kind of like clasp his hands and tell you guys that, you know, he's going to go and speak to his other guests, show them some of the things that they have here, and he's looking forward to discussing with you in future.
Are you okay?
Feeling great. That lance was weird.
Right, and there's no possibility you ate dragon and you're having an adverse stomach reaction.
No, I was not touching that.
I mean, it's quite good.
I kind of have a thing that I probably shouldn't consider. You know, I'm kind of like,
So, like, when I said you were glowing,
yes.
I mean, first of all, you look spectacular. But second
So
of all, you are literally glowing. I ate some, like, appetizers. And ever since then, all of the stuff in this room is giving off a vibe.
Are you
You're-
high?
I'm not sure.
Okay, did anyone offer you candy and you took it or accepted it? Like,
No.
do we need to like search the crowd and call for stranger danger or something? Like, are you okay?
I believe I'm fine. It's just... all the dragonoid artifacts are giving off an aura, and you are giving off an aura, and your scales are giving off an aura. And when you touched the lance, the aura was hampered. See, I understand your skeptical look, but when it's aimed at me, it's very off-putting.
A lot of people tell me that.
I need you to say, like, words at me, otherwise I'm going to start feeling very uncomfortable.
I don't know what to make of this.
Your lance, by the way, is giving off absolute nuff. It's not got any aura.
Didn't he say it was made out of dragon?
Well, it appears to be, but if my insanely high intellect leads to any conclusion, it's not. Or at
Why
least
would
if
he lie about that?
maybe he thinks it is, or maybe it is and is corrupted in some way, or maybe the fact that it naturally damages dragonoids means that the aura doesn't appear.
Sheila's gonna take the lance back out of the bag to try and see.
So you take the lance out the bag. Are you gripping it by the handle?
Yeah.
You take it by the handle, and no ill effect comes as you take out as you grip it by the handle.
Okay.
Certainly looks like the scales you have certainly look like the scales that have been used to create the kind of enamel on the outside of this lance. You've seen dragon teeth up close. Certainly looks like dragon fangs poking up through it.
Seems legit to me. I'm confused. Okay.
I'll take your word for it. I'm not too familiar with dragons. The only one I ever met died within the hour I met it, so um
I mean, you
didn't really
did
get a
meet one in the
close
caves
look.
too.
That's what I mean.
He didn't die. He didn't die.
Huh?
Huh?
Anyway, so don't touch it. Because, like, that's giving off some disruption vibes, and you need to keep your flow.
I'll just drop it back into her bag of holding. Okay. I'm suitably without words for once in my life.
I do not want to make you suppress emotions. So do what you got to do, but you know, poise, distinguished.
Okay.
We are
We can
still
do
in
this.
noble company.
I am noble company.
Okay, I'm still in noble company.
Thank you.
And I want to make sure you're well represented.
Thank you.
So we will deal with this later. But weakness is visible, and these chumps don't get a chance.
I think we're missing the bigger issue, though. You're not the only one eating dragon at this party.
Right, but I'd assume they're like they're used to it, because otherwise I feel like you would have been served up as dessert by now.
Is anyone else glowing?
Is anyone else glowing?
Yeah. Oh.
No. I mean, Khernun looks fantastic, but that's not your question.
Maybe I should just excuse myself for the night. Nah, who am I joking? I'm not gonna skip a party.
But if you do know, I know this is the pinch of salt coming from me, but if you need anything, just let me know. I don't want you dealing with anti-noble Sheila Springwoman lances on your own.
That's actually kind of you.
I mean, I could never do a better job than Khernun, but I don't want you to think that you two are alone.
I still don't like you because how you treated Reverie.
That's
But you're
being
growing
fixed.
on me, though.
It's being fixed.
Okay, until I hear otherwise, though.
We talked, by the way. You know, you said I needed to, like, talk to her about everything.
And did y'all settle? What happened?
She wants to beat the shit out of me by the end of the night, as like a cathartic thing. But apparently, once that happens, we're like on even ground.
Have you given consent?
I have, but I'm unsure whether to go easy or not.
I mean, that also sounds like a discussion between two partners that needs to be had before there's any type of physical engagement that is encountered.
Partners is a stretch.
Well, you're two adults that have given consent.
To spar?
Some people are into that.
I love you, but sexual relation is the last thing I want to talk about with you. I feel like that's much your domain than mine, and I don't really want to be outmatched.
I'm just giving you tips over here.
Anyway, we cleared the air. She's gonna wail on me for a few minutes to make us to feel better, and then done. All right.
She asked for it.
I was going to say I preferred you when you hated me because you didn't make me feel bad, but I didn't. I don't. Okay. Khernun, tell her to stop.
Khernun's going to turn round. He's going to look at both of you and just go,
This is your best friend
See-
she's talking about.
right, but see the thing... Well no. It's
Or
not.
at least one of them.
That's certainly a way you're allowed to think of yourself. The thing is, though, I really, 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 really like you. I'm in love with her. I have to see you on a day-to-day basis for a majority of the day. I have to sleep next to her. I am marginally vulnerable at a few occasions around you. There is a solid 9 hours of an unbroken period where I am incredibly vulnerable around her. I think you can see where I'm going with this. In my heart, if you fight, I will be torn in half by the fact that my loved ones are fighting, but in my pocket there would be a piece of paper that has a bet written on it saying, Síla will kill. Essentially what I'm saying is, and I have absolutely no idea where I know the name of this place for. Maybe it's some abstract wisdom given to me through the trees, but I am Switzerland.
Okay, can I at least ask your opinion on one thing?
You certainly can.
It will not contradict your beloved's personality or belief system, right? Reverie wants to do this spa. Do I let her win?
Absolutely not. It's the worst thing you could ever do.
But then if I win, she's going to feel unresolved.
That's also the worst thing you could ever do. You have to lose.
So what do I do?
You lose.
But I don't lose.
But what you do.
I
Kessely's
haven't
beat
lost
you.
single-
Kessely's beat you.
I let Kessely's win. I didn't use a weapon.
Did you though?
I didn't
Did
use a
ya?
weapon.
Okay.
With all
Right.
due respect, you are fully aware. If I slap him for 3 consecutive attacks, I am not trying.
That's fair. I
need-
have no idea what to tell you. You cannot let her win, but you also cannot win.
Okay, if I had to do one or the other, which do you think has the least negative effect?
It depends. What would you rather live with, your face or your testicles?
Both are equally important.
For some people, yes.
When
I
have
feel
to
like my
look at-
face is my defining feature. Other
So
than
then
my
in that
charm.
in that case, you let her win, because if you let her win and she finds out, she will absolutely take your nuts off you.
Right, but that's okay. I
Sorry,
you
can
still
yours
fire,
grow back or something?
You can still fire the gun without a magazine.
Yes, but it's a bit less helpful when it goes from being a sniper rifle to a shot. I don't know how he knows these words.
They're really popular.
Really, really popular in Switzerland. I heard it grew for a tree. I've heard of this place called Switzerland. Woo. Anyway, back on the series point. It just goes. Talking of castrations and such aside, there is a good way this can end, a bad way this can end, and a worse way this can end. She feels like she has to beat the living daylights out of you.
Right, which she will do.
That is the bad way this can end. The good way this can end is you resolve it before there ever is a fight. Because if you go into that fight, no matter what happens, you will lose.
Nah, she's pretty dead set.
Then
This was like the one condition. Sheila, your opinion, please. You're a woman of many grudges.
Hear me out. Stalemate.
Right. How does one stalemate in a spa?
Like when you both have like swords to each other's necks.
So you want me to push myself to the very limit and then choose a stalemate?
Have you not read any romance novels? Like the whole thing, like when you have like two swords to each other's necks kind of thing.
I'm gonna look at Khernun like, yes.
Khernun looks at you
Just
like,
trust.
why are you looking at me like that?
Oh, fuck, I forgot you're an idiot. Okay.
I can
No.
have you executed.
You can have them try.
I could execute you my fucking self.
That's funny. And no, I haven't read romance novels.
Khernun is going to lean over to Síla and kind of take her hand and give it a kiss and go, "Excuse me, darling, I'm going to go and see if Reverie would like a champion for this fight."
Oh,
And he's gonna
will
walk away.
Fuck you up. Right. Anyway,
Saying, if you're trying not to lose and if you're trying not to win, the only other way is a stalemate.
but then that's going to be even harder to do than win or lose.
Sorry, who touts themselves as a great tactician swords master? I think you can
I
figure it
can
out.
do it. No. You don't get to flip this around. I can do it.
Then challenge accepted.
Fine. Stalemate it is.
You're kind of growing on me too, don't worry. And she'll just like tap him on the shoulder.
Don't tell anyone.
Please don't tell anyone.
I think you're my favorite.
I'm sorry, Reverie does have that in my heart.
Outside of like Rev, because like we had like a kiss, so then there's like a possibility of upgrade. But like right now, you're the most like me, but like without the deception and self-sabotage, which is like the major negatives.
Oh, do I have plenty of self-sabotage too? I just hide it well.
I'm not good at that.
Okay. We'll work on it.
Okay. I might have to
Okay.
fight your husband. Or fiance.
I'm not gonna lie, I think that's gonna be hilarious, so I'm more than happy to watch.
Try not to get too invested.
He can hold his own. That's why I'm marrying him.
That, nothing else, just that. The fact he can fight, that's it. It's the only reason.
He's now rich, and he's buff.
And he's giving me a crown.
I do need to put it out there that, you know, before Khernun was anything, he was a lumberjack. He started buff. I need that to
Nothing
be noted.
else. He
If
was
nothing else, this like his intelligence has gone up slightly. His charisma has always been fairly decent. But if nothing else mattered, I think my actual first description of this guy was the fact that for a Spring Eladrin, he was tall and broad.
And he had fantastic hair.
Khernun is
And
the
he had
Henry
that.
Cavill.
Well, so I've had people say to me a few times, what would you face cast Khernun as? And I've thought about it a few times, and he's not Henry Cavill. He's not Henry Cavill, right? Because unfortunately, if anybody was face cast as Henry Cavill, it's Maltharion Dawnstar. Right?
That's
Yeah, I
right.
could totally fix
My
him. It's
brother!
fine.
If I was face casting Khernun Willowwind as anybody,
Oh yeah, I can see that.
oh, do you know who it would be? Do you know who it would be in all honesty? 100% honesty. The guy that plays oh fuck, what's his name? The oldest of the Stark brothers in Game of Thrones.
Oh!
The guy that plays Robb Stark.
Richard.
Robb Stark.
No, is it Richard?
I can see that.
He's
You know
not.
what?
He's not like pretty boy handsome, but he's like
Richard Madden.
Richard Madden. That's it. I knew it was Richard something, but I couldn't. Not the way I was going Richard. And I was going Richard Stark. No, it's not Richard Stark. But I'm like, yeah, absolutely 100%.
I'm taking Aaron Taylor Johnson.
I could see that for Elyion.
He's a
I could
good-looking
100% see
man.
that.
I remember
He
you
is.
mentioning that.
And then the other one I'd say is Christopher Heebju is 100% Dale Oakenhand, the minor noble from the
Who would play
Springlands.
Sheila?
Minor break in RP because I'm actually curious about this. Who, if you could cast anybody to play your character in a movie, who would it be?
I need to think on this 1 second.
I see Sheila as not this person, but in that kind of, if you could say, genre, like an Anya Taylor-Johnson.
I was gonna say that, like that type of vibe, but I don't think like the face is quite what I'd think.
Are we talking like actors in movies, or are we talking about like archetypes that our characters would play in movies?
I would say if you can put down an actor, put down an actor. But if you can't put down an actor, at least a kind of general scope.
For musicality ability and like vibes, I mean, Arya's very much inspired, like musically and aesthetically, by Lindsay Sterling. But for her looks and appearances, how I have her in my head, probably more Zendaya. She's kind of got more of Arya's body type.
Okay. Oh, actually, wait. I've just realised. No, there is somebody better. There's absolutely somebody better for Khernun that fits the same kind of vibe, but is actually more along his height and build. And it's very, very obvious. It's only as you said Zendaya that it clicked in my head. Chris Hemsworth. Still get that very square set face, but he's taller and broader. He's Khernun's
a
physicality
man.
as well.
I could also see him more with the red hair too.
Kiki is absolutely Jason Momoa.
Yes!
Absolutely.
Who would guess this be?
I hate saying it because I really don't like him, but Timothy Chalamet.
I was,
Oh
I
no!
was
Wait!
thinking
No!
you
No!
were
No!
gonna say-
No! 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 Not Timothy Chalamet. I had him. I had him. He was there. He was there in my mind because he's related. Tom Hiddleston. That's it. Tom Hiddleston.
Ah,
Because I based.
What, Loki?
I based. Yeah. Yeah.
see that?
He was
But,
who I had him. Who I had in my head for like emo, Elyion.
Who's Reverie? Who's Reverie?
Honestly, like, kind of like just face cast, really. I'm maybe a little personality too. Sabrina Carpenter.
Yes.
For it. Absolutely for it.
Yeah, I think has like the best of how I picture how Reverie's face looks.
Have you found her yet, Ash?
No, I'm struggling.
Yeah. I wish there was some way you could combine Zendaya and Lindsay Sterling. That would be Arya.
Ash, why not Kate Blanchett?
Hmm.
Not in appearance, but
And-
in prowess and badassery, Meryl Streep has Sheila's vibes. Not in appearance, but like
Sheila does give off Meryl Streep levels of like, I don't act like I'm above you, but I am definitely above you. Anyway,
Gumption.
while Sheila thinks on that, because this is a big decision for Ash. Let's keep it going. What I'm going to do is, yeah, I'll let you guys continue the RP. Actually, do you know what? No. I do want to come back to these. We'll jump back to you guys. Still in this discussion, still in the Hall of the Hall of Dragonkind, because I do have something that is going to happen there. But I do want to quickly jump out to Reverie and Arya. Okay? So, Reverie, Arya. You've seen Khernun, Síla and Elyion be led into this tour where you know where it's going. It's going to a place called the Hall of Dragons. Whether you know what's in there or not, it's safe to assume that if they're wearing dragons and eating dragons, probably also displaying dragons. But it's you guys and Kesselis and Kiki left outside. What do you want to do? Ash, as soon as you find a name, just shout a name, okay? Just interrupt anything. The most serious, heartbreaking roleplay, and just be like, Jennifer Love Hewitt. Just do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I was coming back like a little out of breath from like where I was just barely keeping up with some of the dancing. Like those guys do not play around. I still want to try again later, maybe when there's partner dancing, but I need a breather. Oh, I wonder if we should tell King Amun that for the performance breakfast thing, I'll need space to dance around a bit. You think we should let him know about that? He seems to really need specifics for those kind of things.
Probably. Just wait until he comes out from his.
Okay. Thanks again for arranging that, by the way. I was really looking forward to the performance. I would have hated for what I had in mind to go to waste.
Well, of course. I mean, you worked really hard.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to be able to, be heard from all over the city in those towers and play, my voice and my music being heard everywhere. But, for what I had in mind for this specifically, it wouldn't really do to be pirouetting off the side of the tower. So, but I do really appreciate you looking out for me.
Always.
Sheila really did a really great job with your makeup too, by the way. It looks so pretty.
Thanks. I think it goes nice with the dress.
Yeah, I mean, you always look lovely.
It's not my forte. Sheila is definitely.
Yeah, me either. Sheila's always great at that. It's part of the reason why I asked her help with mine, because, I know it makes her happy. I thought it'd be a nice way to spend time together, like with the shopping and stuff. Yeah, I think mine came out okay. I'm trying to see my eyes in a more positive light lately.
I think it looks great with your eyes.
Thanks. I know they're pretty unnatural looking, but I'm trying to see them more as a positive thing, especially now I know who I inherited them from. So
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean,
well,
no offense.
No, none taken. It's
this
just
is entirely meant as a compliment, but I think everything about you is meant to stand out. So why not yours?
Yeah, well, my mother and the ladies in court never failed to take an opportunity to remind me how unnatural and ugly they were. So
that's because they were jealous.
Jealous?
People
what would they have to be jealous about me?
To be mean when you have something they want. If your eyes started so much conversation, that means it was something they wanted.
Then
something that would make them stand out above the rest.
Well, when they learned about my being a Dawn Star, but being the youngest and therefore not really as politically influential, they kind of realized they couldn't get much out of me. So they either mocked me cruelly or just ignored my existence outright. So that doesn't really make sense to me, but I appreciate the words all the same. It's nice of you.
It's just the truth.
I'm not used to hearing nice truths about me.
I think you'll get used to it.
I'm trying to.
It takes time.
Yeah.
To adjust.
Yeah, I am. I'm still working through a lot of self-worth issues, but for the first time in my life, I feel like I can be good enough, just as I am. Thoughts and all, I'm not there yet, but it's a start.
My mom had a tradition. Every night she would write down 3 things she was very grateful for. And every morning she would give herself a compliment. Maybe try that. It makes you think.
I'll give it a try. Maybe I can combine it with music somehow. I don't know. I'm a lot better, for as much as I do chatter, I'm a lot better expressing myself more clearly through music. Words don't get in the way so much, friend.
I can.
Yeah. But anyways, maybe we can try mingling about. I'd love to try and get to know more people. And hey, Kessley's, maybe we could... Oh, Brandon's gone.
I don't think Kess is with us in the circle. At the
I think he was, because like he
but
was
I am about to fuck with him.
Sorry, I can still hear you. I was just grabbing my phone charger.
Oh, you're
okay.
fine.
I was gonna
So
say
you wanted
Kessel's,
Kessleys.
maybe we can try like talking to some of the other humans and maybe the dwarfs. I'd love to ask more about their culture, and maybe you can ask them about like what magic is like for them. Maybe the arcane is a little bit different for humans and dwarves. That'd be fascinating to learn about, wouldn't it?
Catherine Winnick when she was younger.
Who, sorry?
Cool.
Catherine Winnick.
You just said the woman who is like number 2 in my list.
Catherine Winnick.
Catherine Winnick, Lagertha from Vikings.
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
So, Catherine Winnick when she was younger, so Natalie Dormer.
Like Catherine Winnick when they first shot Vikings. Helped Vikings.
Oh, hell yeah,
Yes.
hell yes. Hells yes. Okay,
Nice.
cool, okay, yeah, okay. I see what you're playing with. Just my personal opinion, there is like one celebrity woman hotter than her. That's it. Only one. And that is Sandra Bullock. Cool.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
There you go. Sorry, continue.
That's
No
a
worries.
hot team.
That
That
is
is
a
a hot team.
We're hot. It's a party of fae folk. Of course we're gonna be hot.
Can I, while Arya is talking to Kesley, can I see if anyone's trying to give my son the romantical eyes?
Do you know what? Yeah, cool. You roll investigation because you're looking for something specific. And I will roll a D100 and see if there's a fiery chance in hell.
Kessler
Sorry,
has got
that
a chance.
sounded really mean, as if I'm saying Kessley isn't. But, he doesn't scream eligible bachelor,
19. Well, he certainly won't now because his mom is right here. And she will give people the evil eyes.
So you said 19. Now what I need from you is an insight check.
Insight.
With reverie?
Insight, you said?
Yes, insight.
22.
22. Okay, so there's a couple, okay? By what I mean that is there's a couple of sources, right? Number one, that same group of like 6 human women who were eyeing up in equal parts Elyion, Khernun, Kiki are also shooting eyes at Kesselys. They seem to be working their way through it. They were looking at Khernun, saw him with Síla and went, okay, unavailable. Then went to the rest of them, tried to speak to Harahal, and Harahal was just like, if I was interested in that, I would do it. Exhibit A, whatcha, ding, like the whole thing, but not interested. But they're also, in their little gaggle, pointing and, gesturing towards Kessley's, who's completely oblivious to the fact, by the way, he is not saying not interested, more to the lines of like unaware. There is also a standalone woman standing with another group. She seems to be a bit more casual, but is dressed very elegantly, incredibly elegantly. And the last one is this elderly gentleman, or elderly man, I'm going to say, not gentleman, elderly man, deep purple robes, very, like, I'm talking like, long, heavily ornamented white beard. The first ones could be seen as looking at Kesselys with varying types, but all positive interest. This man is looking at Kesselys as if expecting something, or as if curious about something. But he's looking at him less like that is a person, and more like what is that?
I'm gonna lock
Ew.
eyes with that.
Scary dog privileges activated.
100%.
You lock eyes with the old man, and then when he looks at you, he very pointedly marks looking at you. Like, it's like his eyes move to you, and then his whole head moves. And it's very much the Kubrick, the Kubrick stare. Instead of just his eyes looking at you from out the corner, like, he moves his entire face, so he's looking at you, and his head comes down as he bears his eyes into you.
Not flinching, staring back. This is a contest now. Biatch.
Okay.
And I will win. That's my son. Don't look at him.
He is still a child.
Don't look at him
valid.
with weird eyes.
Reverie, at the time, I am going to need you to make for me. This spell doesn't usually have a saving throw, but it's also usually not used to target a person.
Okay.
But for the sake of rule of cool, I'm going to allow it to target a person. I will promise you this, it doesn't give an effect, it doesn't do damage, doesn't do anything like that. Okay?
Okay.
What you're going to be rolling for is literally shenanigans. Okay, that's it. I promise you.
I'm so
It's just
excited. I love shenanigans.
Right?
I love shenanigans.
Oh wait, hold on. No, that's incorrect. It can't be used to look at a person. Yes! Fucking great. You don't have to roll anything. You just know that magic has been cast with you as a target. And as you kind of like frown into that, Kessler's head also pops up and he looks around.
Everything okay?
I'm just gonna, like, the omnipresent ever eyes of Reverie kind of just pat his shoulder. Like, it's okay. I'm gonna raise an eyebrow at this man.
At that point, the man just kind of smiles, gives you and then turns away.
I would have seen...
With your previous insight check, I'm going to give you this. He's being polite, but he does look disappointed.
I was talking with Kessler. I would have seen him pop his head and look around like, what's going on with the person, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can I cast Sense Emotions on myself and focus specifically on the man?
So you want to sense your own emotions while looking at the guy?
No.
You can't. But the thing is, Kessler's isn't looking at the guy. Kessler's didn't see the guy looking at him.
Oh, okay, never mind then. But the way Cast Sense Emotions works is that, like, you cast it yourself and then it shoots out a radius and you can focus on whose emotions you can sense.
You would sense everybody's in the rooms.
Okay, well, if I didn't see, like, Kessler's focusing on one person, like, that was making him upset, I probably wouldn't have.
Okay.
But that's why I say cast on myself. It's not like... Yeah, because I'm just, like, looking at the rule as written. It's like, that's why it doesn't have a saving throw. Because I cast it on myself, not someone else.
Okay. So yeah, you see Kessis kind of look about confused, and then just kind of like scratching at his head.
Everything okay?
I could have sworn I just felt as if someone cast a spell, but I don't feel different in any way.
Oh, well...
Do I look different?
No, I don't think so. But here, just in case...
He casts Prestidigitation, his magic works fine. He's like... Very strange. Very, very strange.
Well, if someone was casting magic on us, just in case, Arya's gonna pluck a little cord on her string, and I'll cast Bless on him, myself, and also Reverie, since she's here too, just in case. That should probably help.
While they're distracted, I wanna tippy tap off after this man.
Okay. You approach this man. He's not looking at you. He's standing by himself, holding a drink in his hand. And as you get within 5 feet, he just says to you, simply a spell to discern who you are, what your intent is, and why you are here. Nothing more, nothing less.
And you found that necessary because I'm not obviously a part of the Fey delegation.
Oh, I've
At the
cast it
human
on.
party?
I've cast it on every single person that I've been given credence to by my king. When the rest of your party return from their tour of the Hall of Dragons, I will cast it upon them as well. I can give you the details of the spell if you would like. And in the air, he will start to transcribe with his hands, putting magic into it so that a sigil appears in the air. If you'd like to, you can make a. Well, actually, I'll ask you. Do you have the spell Legend Lore in your
No.
spellbook at all? No. Okay. So make me an Arcana check, and that'll be just to determine if you can make out what the spell is for.
I'm gonna use my curse dice.
I quite like that
Bah.
spell, actually.
What did you get? Sorry, Reverie 5?
Bah.
Okay. So on that, you aren't able to understand the intricacies of the spell. Not in a sense of like you're too stupid to make out the spell. That's not what I mean by that. What I mean is like the way he has transcribed the spell, the way his magic works and operates is different from yours. And he will say, by simply seeing, targeting, knowing the name of something, I can discern anything that has ever happened to it, anything that is happening to it, any great legends or fables around it, any intent it's ever held. I now know you to be harmless. And he says harmless, again with your previous insight check, and because you've been so focused on this man, I'm just going to use the previous insight check, because your attention hasn't left him. So he said, when he says harmless, he says it with a very, very slight, almost like subconscious level, but still present there, very slight mocking tone. As if he's like, oh, but again, I need to reiterate because I've just seen the face that Arya made there. To reiterate, he's not being purposeful and being like, haha, you're pathetic. Wah! It's being like oh, you may be dangerous where you come from, but we have magics beyond what you have. He's being very much in the sense of like, there's something we have that you don't. It's not like he's haha, you're so weak compared to us humans, la-di-da. It's more of like
Kind of arrogant.
It's more like in the back of his head he's going, okay, I'm aware of what you can do. I know that I can handle that. Whether
Okay,
he's being
more just like
whether that's truthful or not is a different matter. But to his mind, he's like,
It's more like
okay,
a safety vibe check kind of thing, rather than like, oh, how much better I am than you.
pretty much.
Okay.
But it is still quite a
Oh,
little
that's
bit of a
squiggly.
cutting way that he's saying the harmless thing.
Forever's gonna kind of cock her head. Slightly. Having clocked being mocked. Just slightly. And do you find your job interesting?
When one is a servant to the gods, all things under the Creator's eyes are interesting.
The creator.
The one who brought the world into being.
Is that how you view the world?
That is the only correct way to view the world.
That's terribly interesting. Only one creator?
One creator, governed by many working hands.
And do you talk to this creator?
I would never deign myself as important enough to say that I speak to them in any way that they listen. But when they speak to me, I hear their words.
And how do you know that they speak to you?
When I open my mind and call for their words and call for their wisdom, they speak.
see. Can I? I don't know how to phrase this. Because I've only heard the term of... Reveries only heard the term of the creator once.
Mm-hmm.
Before. By someone she didn't particularly like.
Yup.
Is there a check that I can make to see if the mannerisms kind of match up where I can see if there's an odd connection between this man and that being?
You certainly can. That would be your choice. It would be either Arcana to discern if there's any factors about them that give each other away to being, related through the divine cosmology. Or it would be just, I guess, a separate insight check to discern body language, pattern of speech, anything like that comes in a similarity.
I'm so sorry. I did not hear what the other one was.
It would either be Arcana or Insight, but it's a separate insight because now instead of just looking for a vibe of like why you're staring at my son, you're now on the point of like you're looking for similarities between them and this other person.
Okay. I don't want to use my cursed dice for this. Hold on. Let me grab my good dice. Let me grab a good dice.
Now I'm wishing I cast Inspiration instead of Bless. Oh, well.
No. I've got it. I'm gonna use Khernun Green to bring me luck.
Ha ha! I have all my Khernun dice in this cool little box that I bought.
Okay. Not cursed dice, let's go. Yep. That's not cursed. That's very much not cursed.
Oh, not cursed. We do like not cursed die.
I love not cursed. Natural 20. 27.
There's no similarities. None whatsoever. When he says creator, there's like adoration to the word. Like, and again, I mean this in no way, shape, or form to draw allusions to real world religion, but the way that like overly devout like Christians speak about God, like that pure, unbridled adoration,
reverence.
I wouldn't even say reverence, because you can have people that are like, not zealoted and they can still revere their god. I'm talking like if he heard a voice in his head that he was sure was his god go, set fire to this building, he'd do it without question. Whereas the majority of Christians I know would go, here, hold on a minute, am I going to listen to a random whisper in my head? Really? Am I going to do that? Maybe.
I got you.
Yeah. I'm talking like real, like, he's like Frollo level fucking blind obedience.
Interesting. Your creator. So,
Yes.
interesting.
But you mean something different when you say interesting. You're seeking simply to not offend.
No. I am interested. But I have only heard the term once before.
be happy to answer any questions you might have.
I will get back to you. I find it best to come up with the best of my questions.
He's going to reach out and he's going to aim to take your hand.
I will allow it.
I love that. I will allow it. And he's going to. I don't like
the thought of Frollo holding my hand.
Oh no, this guy isn't Frollo, right? Just to be clear, he's not. His level of devotion to his god is like Frollo, but he's not Frollo. No, he's more like Rasputin. So as you've like given him your
That's not much better.
And he takes his other hand from inside his cloak. And inside his cloak, and as he takes it out, you see these like ragged nails. Long. Like you ever seen the animated movie Anastasia?
Yep.
That Rasputin, right? And he's gonna with one of his nails on the palm of your hand, he's gonna trace a sigil. Okay? And as he does it, he's quite like not like a crushing, but a firm grip on your hand, as if to keep it steady. And he's like, I promise you, this will do you no harm. Simply present this sigil to the door to my private temple, and you'll be able to access. And any question that you have, I will answer. And then it releases your hand.
Private temple?
The temple which the king and myself and my acolytes use.
I see.
And you'll remember that when you've come in, there was the big double doors that led out to the king's private gardens, and on the other side you were told that's where the king's private temple was. This sigil allows you passage through those doors.
I see. Thank you.
Yeah, was that the same temple he was talking about when Arya asked about the priest who had the divine lineage? Like,
yep.
Oh.
I will turn and start walking away.
As you leave, he's going to go, I truly look forward to sharing the words of the divine with you, servant of the Raven Queen.
Revere's going to pause. She's going to turn to look back. Daughter of the Raven Queen.
Daughter of the Raven Queen.
She'll incline her head. Or going back to now just being a casually intimidating presence behind her son.
Okay, cool.
I am the scary dog privileges. I guess I'll just wait for Khernun to come ask if he can be my champion. Oh, you know what I'm going to do, actually?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to put an arm around Cassandra and go, Did you, by chance, say hello to your Uncle Kiki today?
He will look at you like, you have never asked me to call him Uncle Kiki. What is going on?
I just realized that he would be your uncle.
The family grows.
Oh. I suppose
that
that would be true, wouldn't it?
Yeah. On the bright side, you can tote that you're the smartest in the family.
I suppose that is also true.
Cleared by a lance. There's not even a competition.
That is also true. I I didn't think about it like that. I'm unsure of what to do with that information.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
I'll think on it. So, if I'm to call him Uncle, what do I call Khernun? What do I call Elyion?
You could call them uncle, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be funny if you called one of them dad. I would laugh until I cried. Particularly if it was Kieran, because you know he'd freak out.
I'm very confused about this entire thing. But I will definitely do it if it means freaking out Khernun.
I think you'd freak out either one of them if you did it. But Kieran would be the loudest about it. And it would be fun.
Okay, I have an idea.
Okay. She's gonna give him like a little evil smile.
I'm going to say to Elyion that you have agreed to let bygones be bygones if I'm allowed to call him Dad.
I haven't agreed to let bygones be bygones.
I know you haven't. That's what's going to make it even funnier. Hear me out. Hear me out. Lull him into a false sense of security. Make him admit and agree with something that's obviously going to make him uncomfortable as well. Make him nervous. And then find out that he allowed it to happen and it still doesn't even get him the result.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah. That's what I'm going to go with.
Plan.
He's going to then just go, I'm going to go find him. And he's going to turn and he's just going to walk off to try and find Elyion. Just picture him walking up and going, Dad! Just watch Elyion shit a brick. Or does he point at him across the room and do the Matt Berry from the IT crowd and go, Father!
Or he does the Fabian sea caster and be like, Papa!
Papa!
I love
on that.
All of these.
On that, I do want to jump back to Elyion and Síla and Khernun and this hall of fucking dead things. So Síla, we've seen you and Khernun in your kind of conversation with Amun. Elyion, as you're inside this place, well, you've seen the things they've seen. Now you're standing with Síla. But what's Elyon's take on this place?
It's dope as fuck.
It's a fucking dragon suck.
Hey, from what I can tell from very cryptic visions, there's a decent chance that a dragon smoked my dad. At this point, this is like 2 for 1. Right? If nothing else, this is cold revenge.
As you're standing, you're having this conversation with Síla. King Amun is going to come back and he's going to approach you and he's going to say, Your Grace, gesturing to Síla. Please do forgive me for interrupting your conversation, but... And then he looks to you, Elyion, and he says, I've just noticed those beautiful swords that you have. And as you can see here, I'm a fine collector of all things draconic in origin. Name your price. I would be willing to trade. We have some of the most fantastic divine smiths here.
I'm quite partial to my weaponry, I'm afraid. It would have to be a very tantalizing offer. These are exceedingly rare. But please, and I will draw both of them from the double sheath and from each sheath and hand them over for him to look at.
He takes them in his hands and he looks over them, and I'm very, very curious to this one, right? Just if you'll forgive me the slight deviation. Síla, you know this guy hunts dragons. You know he collects things that are made of dragons and that have had things to do with dragons. You see he's now looking at a pair of draconic blades, and he's looking at them with, like, you know the look that people give to, like, you know, like Beanie Baby dolls when they find the one that they've been looking for 6 years? He's looking at these swords like that. How does Síla feel about that?
I think she's gonna, like, almost step behind Khernun a little bit.
Khernun's left.
Oh, fuck.
He went to go find Emily. It's just me and you.
No, you're right. I think for the first time in her life, she's gonna try and make herself as small as possible, and just be like,
So, I was just very curious because she's now seen how his collection. He's going to look over these blades, gives them a swish a few times around, and then he's like, I simply must add them to my collection. I do have something I believe you may be interested in.
Right.
A weapon that was... How do I say? Found. A number of years ago, a great number of years ago, it was found by... I don't know if you're familiar with our neighbours to the east of us. Serpent worshipping people, the Yuan Ti.
Unfortunately.
A number of years ago, closing in on, by my count, it must be a few decades over 600 years. The Yuan Ti came across, I believe, some of your, well, from what I understand of your ages, they could very well have been friends of yours, but they came across some Eladrins throughout their past rulership of this part of our home. A caravan of sorts. Their leader carried a weapon. Now, we do not know how this weapon works. We understand it to be of an origin similar to yours, but my great, a number of generations back, ancestor kept it. He was curious about it for a time, but they never found out how to use it. I'm wondering if you would be interested in that as a trade.
Well, I would have to have it appraised. And preferably its magical ability identified.
I can have someone fetch it just now if you would like to see it.
Please.
He's going to turn to it, and you notice he does not turn to a servant. He turns to one of his bodyguards. And he speaks again in their language, and this bodyguard nods and turns and marches off with none of the haste that the servants have ran off with. Do you know, just casually walking. And he says, truly, I hope this is something that intrigues you. It is something that has done me and my family no good, or not any bad at all either, but we've never been able to figure it out, and I hope that in this trade, not only do I receive something that would go well in my collection, but a mystery is also unsolved. Is also solved for my people.
No hard feelings if it's not completed. I am very fond of these blades, correct?
Absolutely, absolutely. But it doesn't mean I won't make further attempts. And he says that with kind of like I'm going to laugh like it's a joke, but anytime you're here with those swords, I'm going to try and trade you. Like, you know when you were a kid and you had a shiny Charizard and there was one guy in your school who would always like,
I'll give you my Mr. Mime.
New trades all the time, you know? After a couple of, minutes of this kind of back and forth, person comes back and they have a box. And it is like, yay big, yay wide.
I think your employee grabbed the wrong box.
And he's going to take the box and open it. And inside the box is a very obviously Summer Eladrin hilt. The hilt, again, very, very evidently Summer Eladrin in design. Very, very fluid and sleek shapes. There is very evidently a groove where a blade should sit, but there's no signs to give way that a blade was ever hammered into place. Now, when I say that it's very Summer Eladrin design, what I mean by is like the colour and the aesthetic of it is Summer Eladrin. The colour and the shape of like the handle is Summer Eladrin in design. But it has a hilt, which is very strange. It's also got a handle that is like hand and a half length. Again, very strange for Summer Eladrin blades. They would usually be more along one-handed or dedicated two-handed weapons. Things like, for talk of it, the mechanics of a longsword, where you can go one-handed or two-handed. Summer Eladrin would have long swords, but they'd have shorter hilts. They'd be dedicated to being one-handed swords. You would wield two of them, or you would wield a sword and a shield. There would never be a sword that you fight with one hand and can also switch to two if you want to. That's a very strange design. But you do know, since you've been there for quite some time, that's quite a common thing for autumn or spring Eladrin. Handles or hilts that are made to be used with either one or two hands, like Khernun's axe. It is long enough that it can be wielded one hand, but he can also put two hands on it if he wants to. Like Revery's warhammer that Reverie was gifted. It can be used with one hand, or they can place two on for a similar effect. Summer Eladrin are based more on dexterity or overall strength. Hence, dedication to either fluid fighting styles or beating you down until you can't block. So despite this being very aesthetically a Summer Eladrin blade or hilt, the handle gives off a distinct autumn or spring influence. And it does have a on the pommel of it. The pommel is slightly spiked like a wheel, as if it's meant to be an effigy of the sun.
And you don't have a blade?
That's the thing. There was no blade. There has never been a blade. But I have had my greatest of smiths examine this. And they tell me that from what they have discerned of this was never supposed to have a blade. It is a blade born of divine light.
Well, it's from my people in terms of motif, but it's almost strangely spring or autumn-like in its combat design, and it's very strange. I've never seen a weapon that is a mesh of Eladrin quartz before.
He seems to get more buzzed. This is like, so even more of a mystery.
Theoretically.
He's now looking at it as if like, do I want to trade this? He's like, there's more of a mystery to it. He's like, I'm fucking hooked.
Would you mind if I bring the winter one that came with me? Would you be okay to fetch him?
Of
If
course,
he's
of course.
comfortable, if he's comfortable coming in here, if not, we can go out to him.
Absolutely, and he turns and he sends one of his bodyguards away to go and fetch Kessler. It's barely 30 seconds before he comes back, and Kessler is saying something like, not Kessler, sorry, the guard is saying something to the king about, like, he was outside the door as we went to get him. And Kessler is kind of looking at you like, why was I fit? What?
Yes.
I was coming. Did you know I was coming? Did they say I was? Did they do something? Because earlier with the magic and have they read my mind? Is what is happening?
Breathe. I needed an independent valuation,
Okay,
and you're the smartest person I know.
thank you.
And I will gesture to the box.
He will look at it and like, it's a broken sword.
Look carefully.
He'll pick it up.
Where are the
Have a
signs
look
of
at it.
damage if it's a broken sword?
I mean, I'm no smith, but there don't appear to be any. Also, there's
That's-
no pin to hold a blade.
That's because they claim it summons divine light. Is such a thing possible?
He's going to put it back in it, and then he's going to, do what he does where he traces sigils in the air. And he's going to cast, detect magic. And as he does that, he goes, and then he takes it back, and he kind of looks at the pommel of it. And he starts to kind of like push at something.
For the love of God, don't aim it towards your face if it's going to attract a giant beam of light.
No, it's pointing down, and as he does that, the centre of the sun motif pops out. And then he's going to kind of like take the edge of his robe and rub at it. And as he rubs at it, some of the kind of like, age and dust that's been around this thing have kind of stained it. But he holds up and there's like a little quartz circle. And he's going to go, I'm going to almost guarantee that this fits in where that would go. And as he puts it in to the top of the slot, it clicks into place as if it's meant to fit, but nothing happens. And with the detect magic slap, he goes, it's definitely magic. It's definitely something. Nothing happens. He starts to whistle the blade song that he uses for his own sword. Nothing happens.
Do you at least recognise where such a design would come from? Seemed strange. It's okay if not.
No, it's not anything. It's definitely got a purpose. There's definitely divine as well as evocation magic coming from this. It has a purpose, most definitely, but it's not a purpose it's allowing me to figure out.
Is this something that you think a divine perspective would be good on?
If the king is saying that it comes with a source of divine light, I would assume that divine magic would be more akin to figuring out its capabilities. It's definitely not opening up anything to me, but my magic spans from an arcane domain.
Well, I wouldn't know if I'd call mine divine anymore, but I have a feeling our resident divine specialist doesn't want to be in this hall. Could you have it can you take it to Reverie?
Yeah, of course I can. He's going to look at the king as if like, is that okay? And the king is going to, by all means, please. Kessler will take the box with the hilt and walk it back out. The king is just going to go, please, spend time with it. See if you can add anything new to it and figure it out. And if you do, make your decision then. I trust
Fantastic.
you implicitly.
Okay. That's a first. I'll go and find when he kind of turns away. I'll go and see wherever Sheila's skulked off to.
I think Sheila. Oh yeah, Sheila did try and kind of sneak away. We're going to go to Sheila actually as you're turning to look for her. Sheila, you skulk away. As you skulk away, you bump into someone, and it's the priest that you met earlier on, who's just kind of like, something troubling you, my dear. And it's weird now that I've described him as being very Rasputin-like. There's probably a very, very different reaction to him, but hey ho, we're going to go with that.
No, it was just my friend was having a very engaging conversation, so I didn't want to interrupt, so was just trying to not intrude and not be impolite by letting them get on with their deal.
He's gonna nod and say, a kind one you are, to allow a discussion to be had with no interruptions. A credit to your kingdom. And he's going to kind of smile, take a sip of his wine, and then he's going to turn to you, and in Draconic, he's going to say, and how are you feeling with the events of tonight? How are you enjoying the events of tonight? Sorry, is what I meant to say.
I wouldn't have thought that someone speaking Draconic would be looked upon favorably in this court. She would respond back in Draconic.
He's going to, as you speak, he goes, shh. And he puts his hand out, he says, some of us accept with great hesitance the traditions set down by our forebears, but not all agree with them. I sense what you are, and I wish it to be known that should you choose to shed this mortal form and release your true form, you have many who would rise to your side.
He's gonna swap back to Cobb and be like, I'm not sure if I know exactly what you mean.
He will frown a little bit, but then smile as if like okay, I understand, and go, very wise, not here. Too many overzealous, sharp objects. Perhaps a time where we can speak alone, or even with the presence of your consorts, if that is what you would wish.
When would be best for you?
How would dawn speak to you?
It sings to me nicely.
And he will smile and he will bow and he will say, it has been long that we have awaited you, and we are glad that you have come. And then in Draconic, he will say to you, until dawn.
Love that game.
Great game.
I accept my role as your consort, Sheila, by the way. Like, no question, immediately, I was like, yep, that is I, the Elden Lord, Sheila's consort.
I mean, one day I'm a queen, next thing you know, I'm like someone that an entire kingdom's been waiting for, you know,
Just girl bossing.
usual thing.
Just girl boss things. Wait
Girl
until they
boss
find out my
things.
dress has human souls in it.
So, anything you'd like to do, Sheila, as he leaves?
Maybe just try and find Khernun and Reverie after that.
Okay, at this point, Elyion, you would see Sheila walking hurriedly out of this hall. Sheila, at the pace that you're leaving, due to the conversations being had with Elyion, blah, 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 you probably match up with Kesselis as he's leaving. Elyion, you can see Sheila and Khernun, Sheila and Kesselis leaving at the same time. Are you still wanting to hang about in here?
No, I'll take a very cordial bow. His regent. I will. I will get back to you by the morning.
He nods, and he's like, until morning then.
And then I'll leave and catch up.
Okay? We're a little bit early, but I figure since we're all going to be coming back into the same area, we'll take our 50-minute... Oh, what?
Never mind.
Okay. So I figure what we'll do is we'll take our 50-minute break early, come back in, go straight to Aria, and then work everybody coming back in together in the the main hall. Okay? But we are going to take our 50-minute break. I know it's a little bit early, but we're going to take our 50-minute break there, and we'll come back with everybody in there. Okay? Don't go anywhere, folks, and we will see you after the break. Hello, everybody. We are back. It has been an eventful 15 minutes, but we returned. And we're back in the main hall. Now, before we go to the entire group coming together, oh wait, no, it was just a question. You didn't have anything that Arya wanted to do, did you? It was just a question.
Well, I mean, I did, but I knew we were going off for our break.
So what is it you wanted Arya to do?
Well, again, like, unless there was going to be, like, more dancing that she would want to try, she would try and, like, talk to people, like, mingles, like, because her friends have gone off all which way. So it's like, well, maybe I can try and make some connections and stuff here. So that, and, like, if there was any more dancing that she could practice, because the last one she barely got, but, you know, she wants to try and learn. But mostly just trying to, like, mingle and talk with people, get to know them, especially, like, the dwarves or the humans, because it's culture she's not familiar with. She hasn't had as much interaction with. So what I'll do is
roll me a d6 and we'll see which of them you come across first.
Okay, d6. Yeah, just wants to. Oh, there's a 6. To talk to people, try to make friends.
What do I have on a number 6?
Liz, you mad lass! Yes. That is Arya. That is perfect. Yes.
So you said you did that, and then I was just like, oh.
How did I know?
So obviously that.
What is that?
Okay. So who you're going to come across as you're wandering around is true. You can tell they're dwarves, and for a second when they turn round, you'd be very, very forgiven for thinking that they were on fire. Their skin is bright red. I'm talking like, oh God, I don't know how else to put it. Fucking red. Like, you seen the Red Hulk? Red.
So like the Summer King or even the Forge Master.
No. They're very summer red. This is like do not touch very warm red.
Oh.
And when you look at like their hair, their beards, they are dark. Their eyebrows are like dark black. The roots of their hair is black, and their the king's or the male's beard. You can assume he's a king because he's got a crown, but his beard is black. But as it gets towards the end of the hair, like the braids that they wear, as it goes down the braid, the hair fades from black to grey to like warm stone to then burning red, as their hair is partially made of flame.
Wow.
But still woven and braided into designs. I don't have models of these particular characters, but I do have models of something akin to them, which I'll happily drop in for you.
Okay.
But as they see you kind of walking around and saying hello, they will kind of gesture in greeting to you. And the king will walk over and say, "You came here with a highfalutin fancy sorts, am I correct?"
Well, I wouldn't call myself fancy, but yes. Hello, it's nice to meet you. My name is Arya. I love the braids in your beard, by the way. They're very stunning.
They're fairly standard for our people, but thank you very much. I couldn't help but notice you joining in with the dancing and sorts. Did you not find it overly, well, showy?
Not really. I mean, I dance for profession and also for fun. For me, dance is a form of self-expression. It's a language without words. It's a way to communicate in a way that line can't get in the way of like you can with words. So I find it as a beautiful means of self-expression, and to see so many different kinds from different cultures and different walks of life. It's almost like new dialects that you can learn. It's beautiful to me. It's definitely different from what I'm used to. I can barely keep up, but it was so fun to try and learn.
See, when we want to communicate, we just talk. Words.
Well, words are good too, but do you not have dancing in Dwarvish culture, if I might ask?
Some dwarves do, we don't. We're more akin to, you know, showing what we do as a physical expression, rather than, you know, to be very clear, I mean, we make something.
Oh, you're artisans.
What? No,
You're
I don't know about that.
You create things. You make things, like forgers or
smiths.
right. So
He's going to turn to the queen and, like, you know, rattle off in like a very, very thick dwarvish dialect, and she's going to kind of, like, her face lights up with some kind of recognition. She speaks back equally as gruff. And it's at this point that, as you're seeing them both out, you realise that all dwarves that you can see are very broad-shouldered, broad-chested, broad-hipped. She's equally as hench as her husband. Like, they both... Sorry, hench is a very UK word. She's equally as jacked as her husband.
ah,
Like, he has hands that look like he could palm a medicine ball, and she has hands that she could take it right the fuck off him. They are very, very strong built. Even for her as well, you're, like, especially within a Ladrin culture, very, very fair-faced, very, very fair features. As with most female species, female Eladrin tend to have more slender features. They tend not to have, like, square set jaws. This must be the opposite for the dwarvish culture, because even though she very much appears feminine, she has very square, rigid facial structures. Very, how would I put it, Scandinavian in features.
got you.
High cheekbone, like me, high cheekbone, but very square jawed.
Mm-hmm.
And he will say, "Forgive me, my wife does not speak the common tongue. She only converses within our home dialect of Dwarvish. My name is King Elyion, and this is my queen, Heya."
It's very lovely to meet you both. I apologize, I don't know Dwarvish, otherwise I'd converse in your native tongue. But so forging, I consider that an art as well, because you're creating something new from a different kind of material. You're transforming it.
He smiles wide and he says, "Ever since the great stone forger himself decided to create dwarves, we magma dwarves have always been the greatest of smiths."
That is incredibly impressive. I met a smith recently called the Forge Master, who was incredibly talented, and his art was really, you could see how much love he put into the things that he created. And the way I see it, dancing isn't too much different. It's just, instead of forging from iron and from stone and metal, we forge our muscles and our sinew and our bodies to create something new and express something in our own way. I think they're both artistries in their own right.
I didn't care what this. I didn't care what this word artistry is. I don't get what it means. But am I right in hearing that you just said that you think the art of finely creating and crafting a weapon that can kill is the same as dancing?
Not exactly the same, but I think both have their own kind of beauty, and both take skill and hard work and dedication to master, which is why I have respect for both of them. I mean, I certainly can't forge, but I can appreciate how much time and effort and, like, hard work went into the skills you've probably made to create the things you make. So that's why I appreciate what you can do, just in a different way.
Could you do me a favour? Can you make me a persuasion check?
Sure. Let me get back to my stats. Skills, persuasion. Come on, scroll. Okay, this one up. Okay, that's 9 plus 8, so 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17?
17, did I hear you say?
Yeah. I mean, she's
Okay.
sincere in everything she's saying.
On a 17, he'll kind of, like, rub his chin, and then he's translating everything you say, and she's going to the queen is kind of going to chuckle, tap his shoulder, and say something to him in Dwarvish, and he's going to laugh, and you're right there enough. I tell you what, I'm interested. I am. I'm gonna convince one of my smiths to try and do this dancing while creating a blade. And see if it has any effects. And if it does, I'll be sure to get in touch with you.
Can I insight to see if he's like making fun of me or like just trying to humor me?
I'm gonna give you this one for free. I'm gonna give you this one for free. Every dwarf you've met has been very much. If I think that what you're talking about is shite, I'm gonna say it to your face. They're very, 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 very Scandinavian, very Celtic, and their approach to things. Like if they think something's absolute gobshite, they're just gonna go, nah, that's gobshite. So if he wanted to insult you, he would insult you.
Fair. Well, perhaps maybe not dancing, but I do remember when I met the Forge Master, I played music for him, and he wound up being able to complete repairs to a blessed mole that in a matter of minutes, when he said it might have taken him a few days. So perhaps a middle ground compromise? Do you have music in Dwarvish culture as well? I'd love to learn about that, if so.
We have music, aye. I don't think it's the type you would dance to, though.
Well, I love all kinds of music. May I ask what sort of, like, do you use percussions? Do you use string instruments? Do you sing?
We do sing. We also use horns and drums.
Oh, fascinating. I've played the violin myself.
I have no idea what that is.
It's this. I'll hold up my instrument. I actually
What
going
bit
to be
do you hit?
Well, this doesn't require hitting. It requires. May I give a bit of a demonstration?
I mean, it's not my party. You can do what you want.
All right. And Arya will tap out a rhythm on her chest and like use minor illusion to keep that rhythm going. And she'll play, because I can't help it, something sounding very akin to "I am a dwarf, I'm a diggy diggy hole," but with that same kind of like gruff like sense of pride and honor and like salt of the earth vibe that like Valhalla Calling Me has.
Okay. Roll me a performance check. Let's see how it comes out.
Okay, performance. Bismillah.
That's certainly a weird one to play on a violin. So, yeah, interesting choice. Let's see it.
That's I'll go gate. I have to try. That's 22 total.
22. Okay. You try and make it sound like it's, you know, like they've described horns and drums and brr, brr, brr. Maybe it doesn't have quite the resounding effect you expected it to have, but it's very good. It's from the point of view of somebody playing a violin. It's expertly played, but you know, like some songs just don't sound right on some instruments. Like if somebody pulled out a saxophone and started playing like Through the Fire and Flames, it might sound very good, but it won't
it's not
sound
the best thing
right
for that instrument.
Yeah. It's like if somebody was to pull out like the bagpipes and then play like Furelise. It's cool. Bagpipes sound great.
Yeah,
not for
even
that.
if you try-
It's like, yeah, you could have rolled a
even
nat
if you
20
tried
on it.
more
The best
fiddly-
possibility you've got, the song would not sound right, but it does sound very good. And they kind of go, all right. It's a bit strange that you've got to drag something across it to make a noise, but I like the tune. And then his wife is going to say something to him, and he'll kind of smile and go. He's going to go, I tell you what, I've got an idea. It was lovely to meet you. And he's going to take the queen, and they're going to walk away, and they're like muttering towards each other, and he's making gestures like as they're talking, and they're like, and they're like, you know, they're gesturing towards each other, and then he pulls out like a slab of stone and this little kind of like metal stylus thing, and it's like he's chiseling, but he's chiseling with no hammer. He's just like marking these runes in it as if he's taking notes on something. But that is certainly something that could come back another day.
All right. Well, not the worst interaction I've had at a party. And she'll just kind of mill about a bit. just try to shake that off. It's like, it's okay. Not everyone has to like me. I'm still just gonna be.
Of the dignitaries you could have met, you met the magma dwarves. They're very one-track mind. You gave them an idea. They can't continue the conversation while they have this idea. So they go, "We have an idea. Bye."
Okay, so it's less like, "Oh, we think you're weird." Bye.
No. Sorry if that's what you thought. It's like, "I have an idea. See you later." It's that kind of mentality.
Okay, if that's what she picks up on, then she's like, "Okay, that went surprisingly well. Yay!" And she'll count that as a win.
At this point, you would see everybody kind of come back into the room. These are all able to kind of gather together. Does anybody have anything they want to do singularly coming back into the room? Sheila, you perked up. Have you got something you want to do? No? Okay. So I was going to say, is anybody getting... You just immediately went, ha-ha!
Not by myself.
I like to imagine everyone converges on Reverie, who's just grabbing a champagne. And she's like, what?
So Khernun arrives back with Reverie first. As Khernun arrives back and it kind of just settles into, like, general conversations, Sheila and Kessleys would arrive, followed very, very closely behind by Elyion. Arya, you can rejoin at that point and everybody comes back together.
Mm-hmm.
As you guys all come together, Harahal and Kiki will kind of like verge back in. Kiki coming back with, again, another plate full of food, and Harahal just coming back with like a bit of like a distressed look about him. But like comically distressed, not like, I've overheard they're plotting like a coup. Like more like I'm just not being left alone by people and it's disconcerting kind of look.
So I've had time with Khernun to like talk before everyone converges.
Very briefly, it's more. He's not just came back and be like, "Yo, Reverie, let me fight him instead of you." He's not done that. He's came back. People are talking, so he's kind of came back and like, "Hi," rejoined the conversation. He's not talked to you about the thing yet. Whether he is being serious or not, he hasn't done it.
Everyone comes up and just hears Reverie go, "I don't know. I think an oak tree could outdrink a birch tree." Quite frankly.
Khernun's just kind of thinking about it and going, "Well, they do have deeper set roots and wider trunks. So yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that. I really would."
Thank you.
Absolutely,
what about
100%.
I've heard there's some plants that can grow in the water. I feel like that would probably outdrink any other kind of tree.
Yeah, but what you've also got to take into effect is how they hold the water. Because if you take that plant that grows in the water, out the water, immediately dries up. You take an oak tree out the ground, put it somewhere else, it'll find the feckin' water to drink.
Ah, good point.
I'm turning to Sheila, being like, if our love life continues as planned, this is what we're going to have to deal with.
That's why you have friends to put them onto.
By the way, Sheila, you and Khernun look absolutely smashing. I had to say, like, you look incredible, Sheila. And thank you so much for helping with my outfit. I never would have gone to feel beautiful without your help.
No worries. On another note, guys, I'm apparently what this kingdom's been looking for.
In what specific way?
I'm not sure yet, but...
Is it a good way?
I don't know, but I will find out later.
Who said that?
The creepy looking priest.
Oh, the one that was casting spells on us.
Yeah, and making weird eyes like... Yeah. Wait, who you thought was, like, giving Cassidy the weird vibes?
He did not cast a spell on me, but he did speak Draconic to me.
It wasn't anything, like, bad. He spoke Draconic.
Yeah, considering the vibes of this place.
That's odd.
That's fine, because apparently I'm what they're looking for, and it's gonna be great, and hey.
Maybe he's a trendsetter.
Right?
Maybe.
I mean, there's a great taste of stuff.
One that enacts change.
Hopefully
what
positive
if
change.
he's one of those weird ones that's going to try and get you to marry their king?
Oh,
I don't think that's the vibes, considering the, sentiment around dragons.
There was a servant here who mentioned concubines, so I think that is a thing here.
Conky what?
Concubines.
Is that a new type of pine tree or something? I've never heard of it.
They're the animals that have the quills.
No, that's a porcupine. Is that the kind of fruit that has like a bunch of like brown hair on the outside of it, but when you crack it open, it has like really sweet
That's
taste?
a coconut.
That's a kiwi.
Okay, so guys, when a guy and a girl love each other very much.
I know how heirs are made. My mother and my aunt took me through.
Oh no, this isn't about heirs though. This is just for fun.
That's what a concubine is, but like kind of within but outside of like a
Marriage.
monogamous
Ah.
marriage.
See, that's really weird, because back home we just call them whores.
Consensually, I hope.
Yes.
Not my thing. Okay, well, not my
Kind
thing.
of. It's
Oh, women of the night.
Oh,
Well,
you mean courtesans?
we also... There's too many words for this thing! Khernun's just like... I mean, we also have, like, you know, varying types of people that do it. Not just women. It's kind of weird if you've only got women doing it. That's really, really weird.
That's really true. I mean, not my thing at all, but if other people like it and they consent to it, then why limit to just women?
So, they have that here.
On that note, they said the one they're looking for, not one of the ones they're looking for. So I'm
So it's
hoping
not
you are more
yours.
specific.
you're already
Right, okay.
spoken for. So if
Yeah.
that was a weird proposal,
Also, wouldn't the
And
king
they
have
know
done
I'm
it
already spoken
himself?
for,
Right,
so
right.
like,
Sheila, can you repeat that, please?
I can't remember what I said.
Sorry.
Right.
I think you said,
Let's
"How do
try
they know
not-
I'm already spoken for?"
Oh,
they
it was
know.
like, well, they already know I'm spoken for, so like, it can't be that, surely. I'm hoping like kind of answer to a prophecy type vibes. Be great.
Prophecies
that wouldn't
are
surprise
weird. Arya, go ahead.
I was gonna say, well, if it's about you, if there is a prophecy thing, I wouldn't be surprised if it's about you. I mean, you're you. You're fantastic.
This is going to get to my head. You guys are all going to have to deal with it.
It's going to get to your head.
Yes.
I think we've already been. I think you're already there, Sheila. We're used to it.
I know, but like when it gets confirmed officially.
Ah.
Okay, but
got
is it still going to be an ego inflation if he's like, I've picked you to be my first murder?
No, but then I might need to call upon you guys to help me.
That's fair.
Joking, I
Well,
don't need y'all.
he called me harmless.
You, harmless. I mean, you're not. I mean, you're one of the most kind people I know, but you're not harmless by any means. I mean, did he not see your muscles?
It was in a polite but kind of mocking way.
So a court kind of way.
Yeah,
Ugh, I always hated that.
I don't like this court stuff.
Neither do I. I mean, this is definitely
said
by
he-
far better, but
He was casting spells on people to like know everything about them. So apparently the king has allowed that. I'm going to
that feels
Have a
invasive.
look.
Also, can you just ask people?
yeah.
Ugh.
I mean, yeah, you could just ask people, but speaking from the point of view of, you know, somebody in that kind of position, people can and do readily lie.
Like if
I am well
if
aware
one
of
of the
that.
guests is a mass murderer, no one's going to be like, oh yeah, sorry, forgot to tell you, killed 7
No,
humans last
that's-
week.
I don't know. I mean, the weird
Mass murder.
Archfey, four-armed, four-eyed, backward-kneed person I met at the masquerade told me that he'd killed several thousand mortals without really understanding why. But he seemed pretty upfront about it. Which
I look at the gems on my dress.
Khernun is going to kind of like rub his chin, and then I understand that he was very upfront about it, but
Not
I mean-
everyone is. I'm perfectly aware of that. Doesn't mean I have to like it.
With the Fae, social norms are much different.
True.
Well, on
So-
that note, Khernun, as much as I love you, I'm heading out to go see another man at dawn. Sorry.
okay, are you going out by yourself? Like, should I expect you back? Is this where you tell me that we're no longer getting married? Like, just so I know kind of how to prepare for the morning.
No, I think like if I don't come back within an hour, maybe come find me.
Start to
I
burn
may
the
be-
place down. Got it.
Yeah, I may be
You-
being
You've
carved
got
up or
Snicker
something.
Snack with you, right? In your bag of holding, perhaps? Or maybe just in case. I mean, yeah, I know you can take care of yourself, but never has to have backup
We'll see.
weapons.
We'll
Okay.
see.
Well, just be
Sticker
safe.
Snack's night below. It's not inconspicuous.
So
Well, just be safe.
that hall that we just went to see is
Unpleasant?
alarming.
I kind of
There's-
just as much.
There's at least, and I tried counting them all, and I had to stop at 50. There's at least 50 dragons. Various parts, varying degrees of completion. There's at least 50 dragons in there.
That's uncomfortable.
It's rather impressive, actually.
Starting to see where the invasive species comes from.
I mean,
They have...
that's
Sorry, Elyion, go ahead.
coming from an invasive species.
No, that's what I meant. Like, on the Lord of Twilight's maps, when it said humans on them, it had a dash and said invasive species. So,
No, but what I'm trying to say
starting
is that's an invasive species calling a species invasive. We're not from here.
Yes, but it was designed for us.
well, yeah.
Also, their tenacity is rather admirable. I mean, their prey is obviously not ideal, but
I mean, if it was purely survival, I could understand that, but I just hope they don't get to the point where it's overkill, you know?
Well, they live very, very, very short.
Yeah.
Their
Cultural
culture's
differences.
very different. Their relationship with everything is very different. They have like one guy that they believe in.
well, like the king.
No, like the creator. They
You mean
think just
like
like
a
one
divinity?
thing created all of us,
I mean, I kind of believe that too, but in a different way.
and like many hands that help. Yeah,
But we have
Slightly
evidence
different.
that we have evidence that there was multiple things involved in that creation. I don't know if you know this, but Sheila's carrying bits of two of them.
Yeah, we
I'm-
heard the story from Atuma themselves.
I'm aware. But also, you know, we met someone else who talked about a creator.
Yeah. Creator, like the greater universe and planes, not just Atuma.
So maybe they're connected to that.
I wonder if it's the same divinity I've been sort of praying to. Maybe they're connected somehow.
Instead of something that's just, you know, what
The five-
we're connected to. 'Cause
The five dragons.
Yeah. And the Archfey and King Amun and King Tanya.
Do you
Their
think it's-
outlook is on everything is very different.
Do you think it's a bit odd that these priests believe in something that could be similar to what dragons did, and then they also come from a culture that hunts the very creatures that helped create Atuma?
I don't
Seems a bit
that they're-
contradictory.
I don't think that they're necessarily related. I believe they could not realize it. I mean, their lives are very, very short.
True, and they aren't native to Atuma. They found their way here.
Do we know what they think the origin of the world is? Do we know? Do they have a story or a book or something like that?
I have an invitation to speak with that priest and get my questions answered, and I was going to write them down.
And I had wanted to check out the temple in the town. I wanted to see if I could find that priest I spoke to last time, the one with divine lineage. I have a strong suspicion maybe he's like me. I wanted to try and ask more questions from him.
Oh, that would be a good idea.
Maybe I can find out more about what they believe in this creator deity.
Yeah, if they're priests and they're dedicated to helping people, the town would probably be.
One can hope, anyways.
Yeah.
Sorry, Reverie, can you say that again? You went quite quiet.
Oh, she said if it's the priests with the divine lineage and they're dedicated to like helping people, then like it's a pretty high chance that they'd be at the temple in town where they could help the most people.
One can hope. Maybe there are some others too. Who knows? The other way, I could probably ask them about the creation origin story, so to speak. Maybe there's a overlay. We can find out more.
Kessler will then speak and go, so, we have Reverie who's been invited to speak to this priest in a temple. Arya wants to go and visit a temple in the main city. It seems odd that he would extend an invitation to one person to visit a temple he's held secret. He's going to look to you, Síla, and say, you said you're going to meet someone. Is that linked to anything that we've discovered here?
Could be, if it's about dragons.
I'm going to make an assumption that most things here are about dragons, and not necessarily in the way that your particular path is about dragons. There's a lot of strings here. A lot of strings. And I'm not sure what to do with them.
I think we follow them then.
Well, we still have the rest of the party to kind of find all of the strings and see where this web is being led.
Yeah, and we've got, I'm assuming we've got at least another day or two here, because...
I need like 4 or 5 days. I meant to have a group discussion. I placed an order for something, and it's gonna take like 4 or 5 days.
I mean, I'm fine staying here longer. I wanted to... We have our shopping trip. We've got to arrange the breakfast performance. Apparently, they weren't expecting me to play tonight at the party. They thought I was going to be up in the tower with all the other musicians, which normally I would love. But, you know, for the idea I had, you know, I'm a visual person as well with my performance. So, and then Reverie suggested a communal breakfast with everyone in the village and in town and the visiting dignitaries. So that's going to take time. And plus your fight with Elyion. So I think we can at least stay here 3 days, if not 4.
Khernun's going to grin and then going to go, oh, speaking of which, Reverie, thank you very much for letting me be your champion to fight against Elyion. I'm going to look forward to pummeling him into the ground for you.
When did I agree to that?
He's going to make you a face that's like, fucking go along to the...
You're very welcome. I hope you understand that King Amun will be watching.
Absolutely. Elyion, how do you do with screaming, by the way? Because I've heard that when I hit people with a sword, it yells at them.
I am very accustomed to voices in my head.
Elyon's theme song is just Randy Orton. I hear voices in my head. Khernun's going to kind of grind and be like, Reverie, in your head, you're going to hear Khernun just going, I'm not actually going to fight him. I just want to see his surprise when he realises that he's not fighting me. He's got the worst end of the stick and he's fighting you.
I'm gonna like side eye Khernun and just give him like the biggest shit eating grin.
I probably as you know.
I love how everybody's just getting together collectively to get the last bit of bullying in on Elyion before they all start being like, yeah, we're good now.
Do you not remember? Do you not remember, like, by like third session, everyone was like, "Oh, you're good at 1v1s. Run it."
Hey, I'm not
Fucking
bullying.
run that shit!
When have I
Still,
ever
we still
bullied?
gotta wait for Kesselies to be like, oh, by the way, Reverie said she'll forgive you if I call you dad.
He's holding it. He's holding
as long
it.
as you lot
He's
don't,
holding it for the right moment.
as long as you lot don't, like kill each other, it's fine with me.
No, please kill each other.
I mean, what
We're gonna
happens
watch.
happens.
I don't want to see
Small.
any of my friends die. Okay.
They won't die. I won't let. First of all, I can bring them back. But like,
how do you
I
think?
won't
How do
let-
you think? Sorry, Reverend. Go ahead. Go. Sorry.
Oh, she said first of all I can bring them back, but second of all I won't let them.
Good. I used to wish I
Okay.
would bring him back. I'm not gonna let that go to waste.
Kesselis
And I'm
is
just
going
my
to speak
friend
up.
too.
Kesselis is going to speak up and go, well, how do you think I feel? I'm going to have to watch my mum and my dad kill each other. And then he's going to go, oh, and look at Elyion and go, Reverie said that she will forgive any transgressions that you've caused if I'm allowed to call you dad. You know, because I don't have a dad. Because we don't get to know our dads.
Sometimes that's a good thing. Can I just see if
So,
this is a prank?
Elyion, are you going to look at an orphan in the eyes and tell him, no, you can't call me dad? Or are you going to accept it?
I will do it if you want me to. But I would like to make you aware that I think that title holds no positive affirmation.
Okay, that's fine. Then I will not call you dad. How do you feel about father? Papa? What about greatest male patriarch?
I will humbly accept life giver.
What about daddy?
Perfect.
Oh, ew.
Perfect.
Okay. Whoa! Oh! Wait! Hold on! What about Dadums?
Now you've taken it too far.
Ah, okay, cool. Okay. I just wanted to, you have to gauge these things, you know.
Hmm.
You did miss daddy
Perfectly.
bits.
Okay. I think I'm going to go with the one that's a bit more. It's less casual and it's more formal. I think I'm going to go with father.
That's fine. I will accept.
Okay.
Got 2 new titles now, Father and Shadow of Summer. Very ear-catching, by the way.
So are we co-parenting or splitting up holidays?
Whoever he feels in the moment.
I wouldn't.
He is
like to be
a young
divided-
man.
I wouldn't like to be divided from dear father for too long.
You're starting to sound like
He's gonna smile and look at you, Ellen, and be like, "I'm never going to get tired of this."
you're starting to sound like those weird spirit stories they tell you where like they're creepy because they talk in that way. You know, like "Hi, father." You know.
Oh, would you prefer if I was a bit more jovial when I said it? Should I skip towards you and say, "Father, you'll never guess what I did today"?
Yes.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. He's going to turn back and be like, "Oh, something's supposed to be done with this. I was told to bring it to you because you're divine in magical origin." He's going to hand it to you, Reverie.
Take the box.
Okay.
What's in the box?
What's in the box?
What's the fuck box?
Inside the box is the hilt that I described earlier on, except that this one has the little circle of quartz embedded into the divot in the top of it.
I have many questions. You said it was from a caravan previously.
You can make a history check.
That's pretty good actually. History. That's a 16.
You're very familiar with this weapon. In fact, you recognise it specifically because its wielder was the captain of your caravan.
The captain that I killed.
The captain that you killed.
That's
She
not
specifically was an
Oh, boy.
Autumn Eladrin, but you know that she had a Summer Eladrin husband. He was a military professional, similar to herself, and when he was killed, she found that he had had a weapon made for her. This weapon was given him through his various deeds of greatness that he'd done, and he was given a commission that would be, the greatest smith in the land would make. And she carried this blade. You know exactly what type this is, and you've seen her use it. It has no blade because the blade that it manifests is made of light and fire.
So, can I for example, channel something that is light and fire, something perhaps radiant, by channeling like divine magic into it?
Yeah. So you channel divine magic into it, but you also know that before she went into combat, there would be words that she would say.
Do I remember?
You do. The words that she would speak need to be spoken in Sylvan.
I know Sylvan.
You do indeed. And it would say, Lightbringer, illuminate.
Okay. Reverie very gently takes the sword out. Very almost reverent. Kind of holds the handle in her hand. Wraps her fingers around it and says,
And as she says it, this blade of pure sunlight illuminates the room.
Cool.
Now, to put in mind what I mean by this, it doesn't look like, for those of you that are familiar, it doesn't look like your standard sunblade. The edges of the image of the blade that's made flicker as if it is flames. But other than that, for the sake of aesthetic, it looks every part that a sunblade looks like. For those of you who don't know what a sunblade is, a sunblade is a weapon that looks like an empty sword hilt until a command word or an action is given, and it illuminates. Sunblades do not deal standard damage. They deal radiant damage. Instead of slashing or piercing or whatever damage. They deal radiant damage. The other side of it is that when they are lit, they give a 15-foot radius of bright light and dim light for another 15 feet.
so I just flash bomb this part.
You just set up like a beacon within 30 feet of you.
The beacons are lit.
Thunder calls for aid! But yes, with reverence, you see Reverie take out this blade, almost look at it a little bit nostalgically, and then swirl it and speak the words, and it comes out.
And I
Very
flash
cool.
bomb everyone at the party.
Ah! Bright light! Bright light!
Very cool.
Very bright, but cool.
And Harahal, as his eyes are going to light up. You have Sunblade.
Well, I potentially have a sunblade.
What do you mean potentially?
I've been offered it in trade.
Trade for what?
My current weaponry.
The ones we got from the Lord of Twilight.
Yes.
Harahal was looking at this thing like adoringly. He's like, they're stupidly rare. Only a few families have them. I had a friend of mine, very, very high-born family. Their house didn't own one. They tried everything they could to get one. to put in context within my world, sunblades are akin to like Valyrian steel swords in Game of Thrones.
Oh.
Some low families have one because they've been there for generations, whereas some high families have tried everything to get a hold of one and they just can't get them because they're so rare. So consider the fact that when you look at the rarity of sunblades in the D&D book, it says rare. Consider that in my world they are very rare. Very, very rare. To put it clearly as well, it doesn't matter about status, wealth, whatever. The Dawnstar family do not have a sunblade.
Arya's just be like laughing, like something that highborns can't get just because they're rich. That's satisfying.
Reverend, did you have something you wanted to say to that?
Yeah, I'm just gonna twist it to turn it off. Flourish
Okay.
my hand.
So again, to turn it off, it's very, very similar. You say, oh, sorry. In Sylvan, you say, Lightbringer, extinguish.
And I'm gonna kind of very gently run my other hand along the hilt and murmur in Sylvan a very thoughtful prayer for my old captain and her husband.
Harahal looks at it and then looks at you, Elyion, and is like, you'd be the envied eye of so many families if you have one of them.
Almost makes me not want to take it.
Harahal gets a little bit like, I mean, if you don't take it, can I?
Do you have dragon wing scimitars to trade?
No.
It's the only barter I have, I'm afraid. His eyes kind of lit up when he saw I had dragon memorabilia on my hips. But I'm concerned that it's not of equal power. And I do not want to be ripped off by a new race that I haven't governed the deception levels of yet.
Well, is there something Khernun is going to... Khernun's very interested in this sword. He's like, the sword that is burny and bright. I like it. He's going to... Is there something we can do to determine its worth? Is there... You know the spell that you do that tells you the name of something and what it does? Can we do that? Will that work?
I mean, I could cast Identify on it if you need. But I don't know if it determines the worth of a thing. Just know it tells you
I
what it
don't
does.
need its
magical.
monetary value, I need its capabilities.
Alright.
I mean,
capable.
a blade that can, create
do
the
you know
sun
that,
is very cool, but mine are very versatile. They allow me to fly.
Flying is good. How do you know that it's about a reverie?
Because it was my captain's.
Oh. How did they get a hold of... Right, we've been going 600 years.
A story I'm most curious about. Where is King Amun?
Don't know. Last I saw, he
Khernun
was in
will-
the Hall of Dragons.
Another thing I'm quite interested, seeing that this is now becoming a possibility, and with King Amun not present, how is Síla feeling about the idea of this trade?
I don't think she's like quite clicking into things yet. It's more of, okay, he just has a ridiculous weird obsession with dragons.
Oh, what's the good news?
Oh, he's probably not going to get kicked out
Oh,
of school this
why is this not working?
What's the good
Well,
news?
your timing is perfect.
I don't know. Like, sorry, my phone is.
Being a little
volume wasn't
doolally?
working. Sorry, yeah. I turned it on to quickly look something up, but the volume wasn't turning down for some reason. So
Oh,
my
I hate
TikTok
that.
was just like,
Yeah,
"Hey,
annoying.
what's the good news?"
That's happened a couple times to me.
To be
But the
clear,
worst is
it
when you
was-
don't realize it.
To be clear, it was a bartender, not something about Jesus. Okay?
Good to
The
know.
real good news.
Yeah, I think it hasn't. I don't think Sheila has necessarily come up with any theories or connected anything yet. She's just kind of like, okay, this guy has a weird obsession with all things dragon. We can accept that. I'm not gonna live here forever. I'm not gonna be here forever. Let's just get through. We'll
Okay.
survive. And like, hey, the lightsaber looks cool, so you know.
Also, on a very personal side note, how much have I told you about my personal secrets? I know that's a bit of a double-edged sword, but sometimes I let things slip. Are you aware I've been having prophecies and conversing with a golden dragon?
No, you failed to mention that bit.
Specifically the one of the 5 dragons of creation, as far as I'm aware.
Elyion, this is why you gotta start telling us these things.
I think... Okay.
Season's sake.
You
Okay.
remember how I said I was starting to like you?
Yes.
You left that out?
I didn't think it was pertinent information. Also, I play things very close to the chest because I don't think I still was under the impression you guys didn't like me.
What am I, chop liver?
We're going to like
If
you
you
a
have to
lot
ask.
more if you talk to us.
Which is why I'm saying it now, that it was kind of popped up in my brain.
Okay, we'll spit it out then.
Okay. Complete thing, right? I'm going to put everything out there. I made a deal with Puck to give the cursed crown to Logon. Realizing
okay, so
that
that was
Logon
the one who put the weird spiky thing in your head?
Right. Arya, let him finish, okay? Let
Sorry.
him finish.
When I realized Logon was a friend of Reveries and a really nice guy, and I saw what the crown could do, I decided not to do that, going on the back on a deal with an Archfey. He cursed me by digging the crown into my head and giving me an emo makeover. Which is, well, he didn't give me the emo makeover, I broke my oath to defend Autumn, which gave me an emo makeover. Anyway, part 1 concluded. Then we go on to become the hero of the Twin Sieges. Amazing name. I have lost my connection to the Summer Lord, I've lost my connection to Puck, and I start getting visions of a golden dragon. I reflect on them a little bit, but I don't want to rush into a new relationship right now because I've just gone through a really bad breakup.
You want to find yourself, you know?
Yeah, I want to take some time to find myself. I want to figure out who I am without someone with me. So when we're on the tour bus, I renounce Puck's offers. I tell him to take his crown back, because that's obviously what he wanted from me, and to never talk to me again. I figure out he's not an Archfey, and I call him out on his bullshit, and he turns to be all devilly, and he rips the crown from my head, and then I came back into the carriage bleeding. But during that scenario, the dragon spoke to me and told me my own family's personal motto. And has told me he's been helping me. My main concern is that he will be very pissed if I give these very nice dragon swords away.
To a person who's killing dragons? Yeah,
Yes.
I can imagine.
Yeah, probably.
Have you tried asking him?
I kind of told him not to enter my head without permission,
Well, if you give him permission,
but I don't want to invite him into my head because the last 2 times I've done that, it's backfired horrendously.
Please tell him you just speak to me. I'd be happy with that. If
There's
he
a
wants a direct
difference.
connection.
There's a difference between inviting someone for a conversation and inviting someone to live permanently rent-free in your head.
Right, but my concern is I want to be my own person, and I'm still very much struggling to figure out who that is. And I don't want to rush into new deals, because the first time I did it, I got tripped up. I didn't realise I was running into these things, and I was caught in a loop, and I don't want that to happen again.
look, wanting to find yourself is fair and valid, but if something that's going to affect all of us, if it's something that's going to affect the whole team, the whole squad, would you keep information from your soldier squads if it was pertinent to them?
Yes, if it kept
If it
them
was about this,
safe.
and what if
That's-
keeping the secret doesn't keep us safe? In fact, it makes us more vulnerable.
Right. We need to stop. We need to let people answer questions when we're asking them.
My bad. Sorry.
Information can be dangerous, but that's decided by the man in charge, and if he makes the wrong mistake, he has to own up to that. But until that becomes a mistake, it's his to bear.
Well, there is no rule saying you couldn't possibly get both. The Sunblade is useless to King Amun.
Right. But he's just not going to give it to me.
But he might give it to me.
Possibly, but he is planning on hounding me for these swords. He doesn't seem like the man that doesn't get what he wants.
Most kings aren't. Have you tried to tell King Oberon no?
King Amun?
King Oberon?
Why?
Because he's a king. Kings aren't.
I only spoke to him when I was with you for the first time.
Exactly.
And even then I had to navigate through his palace because I got sent to some random queue. I had about 2 minutes in that room.
That was unreasonably fun. I do recall.
Oh, the look on that Guardian's face when he realized I finagled their entire security system was priceless. It's
That was
actually
brilliant.
remarkably easy to scam your way through their line.
That was brilliant.
Anyway, I want this, but I don't want it at the detriment of him.
Did he say when you have to decide, boy?
I said I'd let him know by the morning.
Look,
Maybe try
I-
talking to a dragon? Maybe somewhere where they can't see you.
Yeah. But also, like I said, this sword is effectively useless to them.
And if you got personal connections with it, Amun would surely respect that. Seems to quite like you.
I was here when this blade fell. I know the story of this blade. If the story he wants, I can give it to him. I fear it may not be terribly interesting, but in effect, it's useless.
I mean, if it gets Elyion a sword for free, like, do we chance it?
I mean, if you say it's to honor the... Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go.
I was like, okay, sorry. Trying to be more mindful, not interrupting. I was going to say, and if you say it's to honor the memory of a fallen friend, he's got to respect that. Right?
Perhaps, if I can, perhaps make the story interesting enough. And, I mean, I still have my captain's love.
I mean, I can call him over here if you like. Give it a shot.
It's up to Elyion. You want to talk to your golden flying friend?
Not now. I want to drink heavily. Preferably.
Well, I did flashbang this entire part.
And then I would like to let him.
Oh, I forgot
Private
that. You lit the
chambers.
blade. Sorry, Elyion. Sorry about that. I forgot that you lit the blade, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I flashbanged
So-
the whole party.
I completely forgot about that because I got so engrossed in the conversations. So on that one, Amun is probably going to come over when he comes in and sees them. You know, I know the blade was extinguished, but somebody's, you know,
Someone's told him.
someone's
People-
absolutely told him.
I just set off a flashbang. People scream.
Yeah.
At
Yeah,
one
no.
point,
At least a cacophony of oohs.
Amun is over next to you guys, and he's changed. He's swapped outfit. He's like
What a diva.
he's like dressed in like, you know, deep like burnt oranges and like, you know, yellows now. And he makes his way over and he goes straight for you. Elyion puts his hands on either side of your face and goes, "You found it! You discovered it!"
Was Reverie's doing?
He turns to you, Reverend, and he's like,
I'm still holding the hilt.
he's gonna be like, "I am going to build a statue of you. How did you figure out what it does?" My family have sought answers to this for over 6 centuries.
I'm gonna give Elyion like a very subtle eye, as in, do you want me to do this now?
With the flashbang happening, I'm sorry, this would have happened. I completely forgot about the blade being lit. So
I'll give you a look back that says I don't think you've got a choice.
you could lie.
Well, first and foremost, would you like to see it?
Yes, please.
Okay. Put a hand like this over your eyes,
He does so.
and I will whisper the words and flourish the blade.
As the blade comes out, and he does that thing where he parts his fingers very slowly. They live in a desert. He's used to having to let his eyes become accustomed to the light. But before he's looking at it with wide-eyed wonder, like, but there's no blade.
There does not need to be a blade.
Then how does it cut?
Bring me a fruit. Throw fruit at me.
Rolls one, cuts his head off.
Walks over and picks up a piece of watermelon and then like just throws it.
I slice the watermelon.
You slice
Playing Fruit Ninja.
as you slice through it. There's like a sizzle, and when the watermelon lands, it's steaming in 2 halves.
I imagine the rest of the party, like the rest of the actual like physical party that's going on, going ooh,
They're just
like the
like-
aliens in Toy Story.
They're like applauding. They think this is some kind of magic. They're like, "That's jolly good."
Sidebar: we finally found a watermelon for Koljata to squish with her thighs.
Kojata could
That
squish a
was-
coconut. She could squish a
Yeah, we
coconut with
just-
her thighs. Like,
One food mission complete. Now we just need to cover one more.
I love how I designed Kojata before the game came out, and now I'm like, if I was to describe Kojata, go look at Veilguard, Tash. That's Kojata. That's Kojata right there.
Yeah.
But yeah, slices through it. Everybody's like applauding and stuff, and like, you know, Amun is like gleeful. He's like picking up other bits of fruit and just like lobbing them.
I'm playing Fruit Ninja
Ninja.
now, just one-handedly cutting them.
You're going to be 4 hours from now when you haven't had the blade on for like the entire time, and some random kid's is going to chuck an orange at the back of your head at like 9 p.m.
Let's see if I can. Alright, trying to see if she could catch like a spare, like flying piece of fruit.
Very easy. You catch like half a passion fruit, and it is like warm, not like scalding, but like visibly like you know, you bite into it and it is like warm all the way through. This blade is hot.
Oh, that lingers.
After a couple moments, I kind of twisted, turned the blade.
He smiles and he's like, a great testament to my family's collection, although not something I am personally interested in.
Well,
He's gonna look at you, Elyion, and say, my offer still stands. But he's gonna cast his eyes over the rest of you and say, and to anyone else who bears anything of draconic origin, I also make the offer of trade. If not for this, but for any of my other collections.
well, what Reverie hasn't told you is it comes from a great personal loss, the recovery of the blade that your great forebears had. And you know, it's returned to the rightful owners, with all due respect, would go a great way for diplomatic relations.
I see.
Reverie is staring at the hilt. A little, I don't want to say dramatically, but like she is remembering her captain from like the last moment she.
Just like, Rever's looking at it, just give me a moment. Alas, my captain.
My captain.
I knew the.
Oh, captain, my captain.
Well, no, she's remembering that moment in the tunnel, like after she hit that final blow on her captain, and her captain kind of returned to normal in their dying breath.
He's going to look at you and he's going to say, I would like to hear this tale, if you're willing to tell it. However, I've been swayed by political, let's say political strategy before. So I'd like to ensure this is truthful and not just trying to gain the upper hand in a trade. Would you be willing to undertake methods so I can ensure you are being truthful?
Is this to me?
Yes.
You may call your priest who cast the spells earlier.
He will wave over his high priest, who will come over and he will nod to you all in greeting, paying particular levels of almost like familiarity to Reverie and to Síla. Before King Amun tells him, I need you to cast a circle of truth. And he's like, of course. And he's going to cast down a circle of truth. He's going to put it underneath Reverie, which means that everybody is within it. But you have the option to step out of it. Reverie, if you step out of it, they'll take it as like, nope, we don't want to hear it anymore.
Nope, I choose to fail.
Reverie's going to willingly fail. Do any of you guys want to leave? Or do you want to stay in it and therefore make or not make the saving throw?
Arya's honest to a fault. She has nothing to hide.
Okay.
Just supporting or standing supportively behind Reverie.
Khernun is going to step out. So is Kessely's. Kiki's dumb. He doesn't know anything.
Kilo will step out with Khernun.
Elyion,
I will choose to fail.
choosing to fail. Okie dokie. Reverie. King Amun will look at you and say, tell me how you know this blade. Feel free to give the full story, or you can just, say you tell him the story. It's up to you.
In the time before your people, there existed Fae, exploring this world and all its new sights. We set out in caravans and made towns that you now know are seeking the diplomatic relations with. And I'm sure, as you know, that there are many seasons. I am from autumn, Elyion is summer, Esselis is winter, Khernun is spring. This blade comes from summer. A man in summer who fell in love with a woman from autumn. And made a blade intended for autumn with the heat of summer. A representation of their love. In the explorations, there were caravans. One such caravan went from autumn, heading over the mountain to land yet unexplored. I was on that caravan. My captain, what was her DM? What was my captain's name?
Did you have a name, or is this a name you?
I don't think we had a name. I didn't write a name down.
Call it Captain. Captain Vera. V-E-R-A.
And what was the husband?
So Captain. I'm just taking this note.
Or can I make it?
Captain Vera. If you want to make the husband's name, go for it.
Braddock.
His position upon his retirement would have been commander.
There we go.
Did you say Commander Raddick?
Braddock.
How am I spelling that?
Braddick.
Vraddick.
B.
Bravo.
Oh, Braddock. Braddock.
Yeah.
Cool.
I dig it.
Okay, cool. Got it. So yeah, Captain Vera and Commander Braddock.
The caravan was led by Commander Vera, and Captain Vera, and her husband, Commander Braddock. Going over the mountains and into the desert, land yet unexplored. However, inside the mountains there was something terrible. It started like a sickness of the mind, making the caravan and the people in it run off into the night, not to be seen. We lost more people than I would care to. And when we crested through that mountain, we were haggard and tired and hungry. We lost so much, and we settled upon the Yanti settlement. We asked politely for food, and they inclined, only to drug us in our sleep. We woke up in chambers, drug out one by one to be sacrificed for their gods. Only one survived. Well, and she's going to kind of look over at Arya and Síla. I suppose more. Though they didn't come with the caravan, we escaped together and had to trek back through those mountains where we found corrupted autumn led by a creature of which its name I do not know. I had to kill Commander Vera. But it wasn't her anymore. I had to go and report that to Mark. But this blade was a testament to them. They fought together and died. And with no bodies to bring back, all I had was a logbook to remember her by.
Reverie, make me a persuasion check.
Persuasion, not the cursed dice.
I'll place my hand on her shoulder, cast guidance.
I don't think I need it.
Did you get
Persuasion?
Yep,
21.
persuasion? 21. You don't want to do anything else?
I don't think so. I think that's a very good roll, and Reverie's being honest the whole time.
You speak honestly. And he looks at you. And he says, I am dreadfully sorry at what you've lost. And it pains me to say this. Even knowing that I will suffer greatly at the hands of it. But I cannot keep something that means this much. And he will look longingly at the scimitars that Elyion has. And he'll sigh, but with a smile, and say, I shall have to find something else to entice those beautiful weapons from Elyon's hands. Allow Reverie to put her captain to her deserved rest. And matching what I rolled, which was a 21. Reverie, he will hand over the blade. He will turn to you, Elyion, and he will say, I'm sorry the trade could not happen. But if you wish to look through any of my other collection, please, feel free to do so. He smiles a little disappointedly, looks at the blade and says, such a fascinating item. Do excuse me. And you'll turn and leave.
You okay, Rev?
Yeah, before King Amun gets too far away, Reverie's gonna go, Your Grace,
Yes.
I know you have established you are not a friend to the young.
We most definitely are not. We have a very tentative peace with them, but we are not what we would call friends.
I hope you understand. And she's gonna kind of turn over her shoulder to look at him when I say that I'm no fun to them.
Mm-hmm.
Enjoy your party. She's gonna grin. Do you dance? Maybe we could dance with you.
I would be honored. And then he will turn and continue walking away.
I'm gonna wait for his out of earshot.
Mm-hmm.
Keep my hand on the hilt blade. And then I'm gonna side eye Sheila and give a little smirk. Would you mind if I put it in your bag?
Yeah, go on here.
Okay. So, now you have that blade in hand. King Amun has left. The party continues. Is there anything you all wish to discuss or anything you wish to do before the party ends?
I think I'd love to go for one last dance. Maybe call it a night after that. And as I'm walking, I was going to say, as I'm walking, when I'm past Elyion, it's like, by the way, even though you're a jerk to me, I do have to say, Quintilius did a bang-up job with your outfit. You look very dashing.
I always do.
Yeah, but that's not your best feature, in my opinion.
A lot of people would disagree with you.
True, but I think your best feature is the one that's not shown on the outside. But what do you care about the opinion of someone whose friendship is just chopped liver?
Your words, not mine.
You never did apologize for calling me a naive, fanciful child, by the way. And I'll just walk away and go dancing.
Don't have to apologize if it's true.
Arya hears that and she just tosses you the middle finger.
Okay.
Jack.
So, Arya goes to dance. Anything the rest of you would like to do? No? Okay. The Matharia dancing. The rest of you stand, talk, watch, until eventually the night comes to a close. You all know where your rooms are, and you're able to go to them. You basically have a free reign of the palace, as long as you don't go anywhere you're not supposed to be or haven't been invited. So does everybody go to their room and just go to sleep, or does anybody go for a midnight stroll?
I'm a midnight stroller.
Same.
Okay, so Reverie, Arya, Elyion, you going for a midnight stroll?
If it is allowed by them, I'm going to head to our royal family's custom suite.
I mean, Khernun is fine with it. What about Sheila?
We do need to talk about boundaries at some point. That's fine.
Okay. So, Elyon's going to see the royal family. Síla, anything that you want to do, or?
I think she'll like leave the boys for a moment and go to the scrying room.
Okay. So what we'll do is we'll start there. We'll go Elyion, then we'll go Reverie, then we'll go Arya. Just bring it full circle, right? So Síla, you go to the scrying room. What are you looking to scry, if anything?
We're gonna look in on that rumor of that certain family that was trying to plot against us in spring.
Okay. Okie dokie.
Just see.
Ba 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 da ba da ba. Just jumping back. Okay. So you're casting Scry. Now, what exactly are you casting Scry on? Are you casting it on... Do you have a name that you wish to speak to the Scrying Bowl? Do you have an item? Is it a place?
I want to scry on the Bloodthorns.
Bloodthorn family. Okay.
Consult the notes for a second.
Okay, dokie. So, Síla, you use the bowl and it casts the spell Scry. Now, you still have to do the rolls.
Yep.
So, it is technically first hand. Okay? Because you've met them. However fleeting it may have been, you have met one of the members of the family. However, you don't have anything that belongs to them. So they don't have any modifiers to their saving throw. Okay? You also don't have any modifiers, okay? So here's how it works. They have to make a wisdom saving throw. Okay? Against just your spell save DC. No modifications whatsoever. So I'm going to grab a d20 and I'm going to roll. So that's a total of 16.
I have a 17 flat.
Well, there you go. Okay, so a 17 flat, you're able to scry on them. As you scry on the Bloodthorn family, a vision appears in the scrying bowl where you see a bunch of Spring Eladrin standing, yelling, shouting over each other. You recognise a bunch of the noble crests. You recognise them to be the noble houses of the Springlands. And Bloodthorn, they are standing at their banner and they're standing yelling. Picture it almost like the House of Commons, where they all just kind of yell across at each other, kind of thing, right? So on one side you've got the Bloodthorns, and you can see there the kind of young man who was standing, who you kind of spoke to briefly, before Dale kind of came over and was like, by the way, he's a prick and we don't like him. So anything I can do to get away from having to be nice to him, I would really love to do. So he's sitting yelling, and eventually turns like, and this dirt-bellied traitor, gesturing towards the other side of this big round table, who was once nobly bound to my family and is now dejected to a, well, I would say king, but I do not see him here. Where his people need him most, I do not see him. How can we trust a ruler who is not even here who has no physical presence. He's going to gesture towards this large wooden carved throne. He's going to say, I do not see him here. I do not see him sitting here. So how can he call himself king when he cannot even find the time to sit and hear his people's problems? I put it to him. I put it to you, the noble houses, that a new ruler should be crowned. That a more present king should be crowned. At which point, a couple of the houses will kind of like, start talking to each other. And Dale Oakenhand, who at kind of you're talking and kind of after Khernun engaging has kind of been put as like Khernun's unofficial advisor because of his experience. Such he's gonna, and who, if you don't mind me asking, Eridan, should that king be? You. Because last time I checked, despite the lack of presence here, while he goes to the east and speaks to new potential allies, while maintaining strong lines of allegiance with our autumn and winter brethren, Khernun was also there on the field of battle, representing the Springlands. Eridan, kindly remind me, when the Twin Siege was happening, were you present on that field, or were you maintaining guard at the local battle camp? Because the only thing I've ever seen you maintaining guard of is a royal vault. So which was it? Because I was present on that battlefield, and I can tell you that many of the families here would have lost sons and daughters if it wasn't for that man who you claim is not present. So, who would like to take a vote on putting Eridan Bloodthorn as our king and watch as Spring takes up a habit of holding guard? At which point it just devolves into yelling and shouting again, while Dale, very, very noting of his low nobility, as the other side starts shouting across, just starts going. And as they shout, eventually he just kind of like, he waves them down. There's like, this is what I have noted a lot of to you high noble houses, who, shall I just say, the idea of Spring high nobility is a mockery. But you talk a lot, but I don't recognise any of your faces from fields of battle. And that's because all you do is talk. Talk and shout and yell. Our king and his queen to be asked me to stand and to hold guard for them. But here is how we lowborns hold guard. And he's going to take his two-handed axe from the side of his chair and say, as I've been named as the king's champion, if anybody's willing to fight me, I'll fight them. And that's when the scrying field is going to cut. As scrying only goes on for 10 minutes. Just because we're running a little bit on time, Sheila, is there anything else for you that you wanted to do? It's absolutely fine if there is something else you wanted to do.
No, she'll just wait till dawn. But
just wait until dawn then. No problem. Okay, so then what we're going to do is we're going to go to Elyion. Elyion, you came to see our royal family. For what reason? You've been left alone with Khernun while Sheila goes away to watch the House of Commons.
I'm going to entertain Khernun.
Okay.
But I'm waiting for Sheila's freeness.
Okay.
And upon her return, if you don't want to do it tonight, it's fine. I understand you've had a night of revelry that is normally sealed in adult things. But since I'm being forthright, and you made a very good point, this is also your goal, I thought me and you could have a date with a dragon.
That means a lot. Thank you.
I can't guarantee he will answer,
Well, fucking make him answer.
but I need to talk to him, I suppose. I'm not sure why, but you guys said I need to talk to him.
Field, see what he's offering. Go on a date. It doesn't have to be anything serious. Test the waters.
I don't know if I'm in the mindset, but
You can test it.
I don't have any magical way to have you see him or talk to him, but I can at least maybe ask a question or two for you, if he responds.
No, it's not gonna work. That would be great. I mean, I just want to be able to talk to him at some point, so if you wouldn't mind telling me where I could find him, that would be amazing.
I don't know if he's going to
kind
give that very freely, considering I've only spoke to him once for about 35 seconds.
Well, you could just be like, my friend also knows your sibling, so she would like to see you. Okay, bye.
We'll do. I'll give you
exactly that
some
fashion. Okay, bye.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, bye.
15 X's. I'll give you tonight to chill, to enjoy your and your husband-to-be's company. And once you've done this dawn thing, if you're still alive, we can figure it out.
Hey, before you leave them, you need to check out these showers. Not together, but like
I
just
was
the tag.
concerned.
You'll appreciate it. You'll appreciate it.
I'm not
It can be exchanged as a thank you.
right. I didn't see. I have a very specific set of clothes to change out of, to change into once I've come out of a bathe. I didn't bring them.
Hey, well,
Oh,
you
you're
want
just-
to see? Come see ours. See if you like them better than yours. Then, if you need to go back and grab your stuff. I'm trying to be nice here.
This is a lot of progress. Very quickly, and I'm unsure whether it's deceptive, and I mean that in the most nice way possible.
That's all I have right now, man.
Okay, I'll take it. I mean, you can show me.
She'll be like, okay, come see. She's really excited about these.
Bonding over hygiene, that fits them so much.
Is that everything that you'd like to do, Elyion, or was there more?
That is it.
Okay. I'm now going to go to Reverie. What I'm going to say is for the talking to the dragon thing, we'll maybe do that next session. Just because I feel that's something that
So-
deserves to be not rushed through.
Yes, why I said, like, take the night tonight, and I'll come back tomorrow.
Okay. Reverie.
Reverie's just kind of like exploring the castle grounds. She finds like a way outside, I think, and is just kind of staring up at the night sky. Contemplative,
Okay.
quiet.
Nothing else in that? Nothing more specific that you're wanting to do?
No, not really. Actually, you know what? Yes. Yes, there is.
Okay.
I want to see if I can talk to my BFF, the Raven Queen.
Okay. So what I want to do is I'm going to take note that that's what you want to do. Again, I feel like talking to the Raven Queen is something that should have a bit of time dedicated to it. We do only have 5 minutes of play left. before we have our hard cut off. So I'm going to take note that's what you're wanting to do, and then at the beginning of next session we'll do these things as they come in. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Arya, what is it that you wanted to do? You said you also wanted to go exploring. Is there anything in particular you were aiming to do with that exploration?
I think she would explore a little bit of the palace, but mostly she'd find her way out to the city again, just kind of wandering around, no real destination, because she knows that, like, the way a town is during the day is different how it is at night, and just kind of exploring and just enjoying the moment of being. And she just thinks about the day and how much fun she had, and kind of maybe, like, scopes out the towers a little to kind of, like, make note of where the guards are there and when they're not, or, like, a little something selfish she might want to try and do before they leave. But I think as she's walking, there's like a moment where she has almost a little bit of an epiphany where she realized that how much fun she had today just being herself, and even when she was interacting with people, like how it sort of felt like when she saw the travelers and heard their stories and heard their music and how alive and woken up she felt like inside. And she realizes that she'd been so caught up in trying to figure out this whole Asimar thing and learning more about herself and finding belonging and the stuff that she talked about with Kesley's, that she realized that she forgot to just enjoy the experience of being herself and how good that felt. And it's almost like a self-actualizing moment where she realizes that she can just be, and that is okay too. And maybe that's how you start to create your own belonging. And as she wanders, she just kind of sticks in town for a little bit, but then she rushes back to the palace and sees if she can work on her song using this inspiration, this epiphany that's hit her. That sense of, like, you could just enjoy the experience of being, like how she enjoys the experience of being yourself, in a sense, just like how she enjoys the experience of just being wherever she is.
Okay. Alright, yeah, I'd say I'm not going to make you roll on that one. I'd say you're quite easily able to use that to further embolden the song that you've got. Yeah, I think that's fair. I don't think I'm going to make you roll on that one. You've experienced quite a lot today, and a sense of freedom is certainly one of those things. So yeah, no roll needed on that one. You're definitely able to find a way to work that into your song. I don't think I need you to roll on anything else on that.
I'm happy to if you need me to.
No, I don't think I need anything else on that one. Everything fits in, fairly explanatory. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm good on that one.
Yeah.
I have nothing else.
Cool. Yeah.
So with Arya going out, seeing the city's still quite alive, but definitely more sleepy as you venture out into it. The towers are quiet at this point. No music coming from them.
Noted.
When you come back, you're able to work on your song and then make to sleep. At the beginning of next session, we're going to go to first Reverie, our conversation with the Raven Queen. Then we'll go to Síla to do the just after the long rest moment of at dawn. Then we'll go to Elyion and Síla doing the conversation with the dragon. But I think that's quite a comfortable place for us to end there. I will give you guys a end credit scene. We're going to go back to that temple. We're going to go back to the priest in his raggedy nails with his hands in the air, chanting, this time in a recognisable tongue of Draconic. No other acolytes around. And he's then going to say, they are here. They've brought her. And soon you can be brought to your full power once more. And he's going to walk over and he's going to put his hands onto this large tapestry at the back that hangs down over these statues, and as he grabs hold of the tapestry and pulls it down, Beyond it is a portal. A portal very similar to that we've seen before. A portal similar to the portal that led into a wasteland of ice. Except this one doesn't show an expanse of ice and whirling snow. This one shows into a cavern, jagged with hanging icicles. And inside of it, piles upon piles of gold and silver, piles of weapons and books and items of all kinds of value, but also covered, as far as you can see, in a myriad of statues made of ice. Statues in various poses, of charging with weapons to pleading for lives. And curled at the back of this cavern, monumental in size, comparable to that of Tinkledeath and her bronze brother Shatterdirge, a gargantuan silver dragon. And that's where I'm going to end today's session. Thank you very much to all my players. Thanks for everybody coming to see us, and thank you for being patient with us. If you like what you've seen, go check out all of our social medias. We're everywhere at World Tree Quests. We are not, however, at that horrible X place, because we don't belong there anymore. We are still on for the 3rd. But the 2nd. We're still on for the 2nd. However, to be noted, the forming will not take place on the 9th, as I will be at... Well, I won't be at PAX U, but I'll still be in America. I'll be flying home on the 9th. And I don't get back until my birthday, which is the 10th. So, unfortunately, there will be no forming on that day. But we will have our session next week, as long as there's no issues with anybody. If you like what you've seen, like I said, go and check out all of our social medias. Everywhere we are World Tree Quest. We are not active on X right now because of obvious reasons. I'm not going to go into it, but you should know. But we are very active over on our Blue Sky, where you should go and check it out. I am trying to get something arranged where I start showing maps and talking about places in Atuma and in the world that I've made, sharing a bit of history on them, but I'm still getting the hang of getting all that typed up and putting it out there. But keep your eyes peeled for updates on every Monday on places. I'm going to hand over to my cast now, let them plug themselves wherever they might be. But yeah, thanks very much, guys. Liz, anything you'd like to plug at all very quickly?
Hi, if you want to see my face live react to other D&D sessions, that's too bad. I'm exclusively with World Tree Quests here at the Forming, and also as the Archivist Divine. However, if you want to see my face in person, ignore the fact that I have a cold right now. I will be fine. I'm on the tail end of it. If you want to see my face in person, I will be at PAX U, along with our lovely DM and some other members of the cast of both this show and other shows, the 7th and 8th. You'll find me stomping around. Come say hi. I am vaguely mean looking in person, but I will be pretty nice. That is a warning. I know I have RBF. That's it. If you want to see me on other social medias, you can check me out. I am Patron of Chaos on all social medias, or patron_of_chaos on Twitter. Not Twitter. I'm not on Twitter anymore. Blue Sky, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch. That's all. Bada bing, bada boom.
Thank you very much for that, Reverie. Not Reverie, Liz. What about yourself, Harry? Anything you'd like to plug?
No, I still don't exist anywhere else on the internet. I'm here making friends and exposing my secrets.
Oh, he made a good attempt today, didn't he? Thanks very much for that, Harry. What about yourself, Khadija? Anything for you?
If you'd like to see me play more D&D and accidentally talk over my party mates out of my autistic excitement, no, you can't. I am exclusively here at World Tree Quest with these awesome folks. But if you like to check out my stories and see me anywhere else, you can find me on Instagram, Archive of Our Own, where I write fan fiction, and mostly on TikTok. You can find me at the Bookworm Archive, where I'm best known as the Book Dragon. If you like wholesome D&D Tavern Core kind of content, as well as having really good book stuff your throat, or book recommendations rather, I'm the gal you go to. I'll also be at PAXU as well. I'll be in the area the whole weekend, but I will only be at the convention on Saturday because that's all I could afford. But I will be there learning about TTRPG stuff, mulling about, and hugging the shit out of my friends who I'm so excited to see in person. And that's it.
It will be very exciting to see you as well, Arya. Not Arya, Khadija. Very, very excited. But thank you very much for that. And last and most certainly not least, our lovely Ash. Anything you'd like to plug at all?
Absolutely nothing, because I'm completely boring at the minute, which is great. However, if you want to find me on social media, most of my profiles are Ashhard Music. That's about it. I'm boring.
Follow Ash everywhere.
She's awesome. She's
As much as
moment.
everyone else on this cast.
Super
She-
talented.
Although, I am going to say right now, Ash's Instagram will make you incredibly self-conscious of yourself. You just always look so pretty in pictures.
You
and then I'm
look
like,
so good. It's true.
Yeah. You just have like that kind of like picture perfect face where it's like no matter what you look like you're in like portrait mode.
The good thing about
Absolutely.
having an Instagram husband.
See? I knew there was a secret magic to it. It's cool. I'm just going to
The
become
hubby.
best. I'm just going to become best friends with your husband, and then I'll look good on Instagram.
Ash
Um,
said, "I
you
discovered
already
the secret
do.
sauce."
Yeah.
Other than that, folks, I think that's everything. If that's it from my party, then that's it from me, and that's it from us. So thanks very much for coming to see us, folks. I've been your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest here on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. With me today, we have had Patron of Chaos, we've had Just Harry, we've had Khadija Al Kubra, and we've had Ash. Howard Music from all of us here at World Tree Quest. Good night. Stay safe. Creepy old men with Rasputin nails should never be trusted. They should in fact be shot, stabbed, clubbed, castrated, poisoned, and then drowned. Also, do not pull a finny. Good night, folks. Good night. It's just a fact. If they don't wash under their fingernails or clip their fingernails, they shouldn't be trusted.